A world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable: ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal. It is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Morning, and thank you for joining us on the business news update. This morning we are serving you the business update to help you out with your investment decision, and we apologize that the sports did not, we altered and varied the sports update this morning. That will come later during the sunrise on Aneke TV. So stay with us as we take you through what's happening in the business world, and we can tell you that in Nigeria the business landscape as of February 2026 is defined by significant reset in the banking sector and a surprising trend towards macroeconomic stability. And here we'll give you in the detail. The banking sector recapitalization has somewhat boosted the Nigerian financial sector. You remember that in the banking sector, the CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria, gave a marching order to all the banks to recapitalize and meet a March 31st deadline in 2026. And whereas that 2026 is fast approaching, you are informed and you have it on good authority that about 20 Nigerian banks are already, they've met that target. About 20 banks are already made that target. Yes, and that has contributed to a combined 4.05 trillion, capital base to the Nigerian economy already. And then amidst this funding miss, about 72% of this capital was raised domestically. They didn't have to go to foreign, investors or borrow from foreign institutions. No, 72% of this whole capital of about 4.05 trillion naira was raised in Nigeria, speaking to an economy that's beginning to stabilize the more. And then while roughly about 28% came from foreign inflows, but then the 72 is a very high benchmark given the trajectory of the Nigerian economy. And while we're at it, about 13 banks are still in the final stage of completing or complying to that order, and is expected that we either see a merger or a reintegration into some other banks or total recapitalization. And again, we're witnessing a currency and inflation, and these aggressive monetary policies is a result of 2025, the policies of government in 25 coming together in 2026, shoring naira stability. As we'll tell you when we look at the naira, you see that the naira is becoming more stable over time, as at you see relatively stable range around 1,340 to 1,345 per dollar. The gap is being closed systematically, and then at the parallel market you see that stability. Also, the margin is not that much as you used to have it. And then we look at the inflation rate. The inflation has slowed for the 10th consecutive month, hitting a 15.1% in January. And this cooling trend led to CBNs to lower benchmark, interest rates by 50 basis points, the highest of its all in a long term. That's about 26.5% stability in the inflation and the interest rate benchmark, a signal that peak the tightening cycle is over. And at the stock market, when we take a look at the stock market performance, that begins to tell you the story more of the financial sector. And then let's move on as we'll take a look at the Nigerian financial sector. However, there are other good indices coming out from the the oil and gas sector, the commercial sector, and all that, talking about an economy that is being a little bit stable. When we look at the indicators, talk about the gross reserve, we'll see that Nigeria has this reserve of about $50.4 billion, which is a 13-year high for the first time, and this is quite commendable. And headlining inflation, we'll see that inflation currently is at 15.1%, which signals a monthly drop. And then when you look at other monetary policy rate, you look at the 25.5%, current base, which is a first cut in 2 years, and which is quite commendable. A lot of financial analysts are commending the Apex Bank for coming up with that very policy. And then when you take a look at the GDP growth, we're seeing 10 to 12% growth, signaling the minister's aim or goal to attain a 1 trillion naira economy. And then let's take a look at the performance of the Nigerian stock market as of yesterday. Starting February 2026, we'll see that Nigerian exchange closed yesterday on a marginal negative note. The all-share index ASI dipped by 0.06% to settle at 194,370.220 points. Despite the slight decline in the overall index, market activity was very robust, with over 1.37 billion units of shares exchanging hands. The downturn was largely attributed to profit taking in the banking and insurance sector as we near the first quarter margin. So profit takers are really taking advantage, taking their profits away and reinvesting in other sectors and realigning their portfolios as well. That takes us to take a look at the top 5 gainers, and then the gainers list was led by the financial and agricultural sector, with several stocks hitting the maximum daily limit. And leading this pack is Jaiz Bank. Jaiz Bank is on it again. Jaiz Bank yesterday closed trading at 12 naira 76 kobo, making a very, very remarkable improvement and plus 9.95% positive adjustment. And they are followed by Okomu Oil Palm. Okomu Oil yesterday closed trading at 1,765 naira, equally in a very high margin of plus 9.93%. And then we're looking at Transnationwide Express, which yesterday closed trading at 2 naira 36 kobo after getting to a lower of 2 naira 15 kobo, was able to adjust and got higher, making a positive adjustment of 9.77%, which is in the very, very big positive. And then we have Fortis Global Insurance, which yesterday moved from the midday trading of 0.72 to climb to 0.79, where it closed trading yesterday, equally in the very big positive of a plus 9.72% adjustment. And then we are seeing Champions Breweries in this list of top gainers, and then Champions Breweries, did move from where it was to 16 naira 70 kobo at the early hours of trading yesterday morning, and as at the close of market it skyrocketed to 17 naira 60 kobo, making a plus 5.39 positive adjustment. What a bullish run yesterday for the Champions Breweries. And then when we look at the losers chart, it is dominated by the transport and industrial stocks as investors liquidated position yesterday, starting from the ABC Transport. ABC Transport, after gotten as high as 7 naira 50 kobo in the previous day, closed yesterday at 6 naira 75 kobo, making a negative 10% adjustment. Is in a very bearish position. And then followed by RT Briscoe, which yesterday closed at 10 naira 35 kobo, way away from where it closed from the previous day of 11 naira 50 kobo, equally in the negative, the height of the negative, a minus 10% negative adjustment. And they are followed by Skyway Aviation, that's Sako. Sako yesterday was equally in the dip as they closed 113 naira 35 kobo, away from the high point of the previous day of 154 naira 80 kobo. They have made a dip of minus 9.98%. And then when we look at HM Call yesterday closed at 3 naira 99 kobo, dropping lower from the 4 naira 43 kobo that it closed, equally in the negative of minus 9.93%. And then Vitafoam was among the top 5 losers as well, as it moved away from 124 naira 90 kobo that it closed from the previous day to dip into 112 naira 50 kobo, making equally a negative minus 9.92% adjustment. And then when we look at the market summary, we'll see that the capitalization, there's a decrease slightly to 124.75 trillion naira. 124.75 trillion naira. Then we'll take a look at the most active stocks. We'll know that Fortix Global Insurance topped the volume chart with over 193 million shares traded as at yesterday. Then in terms of value, the highest value in stocks that were traded yesterday were led by Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, yes, which Zenith Bank traded about 11.07 billion naira worth of shares yesterday, which was the high point of yesterday. That I will remember, we did tell you that the financial sector is dominating, perhaps as a result of the CBN policy that have seen the banking sector. A lot of about 20 banks has already reached the benchmark set by the Apex Bank, and they are one of them obviously is Zenith Bank, and the investors are really taking position. So one should look at equally taking position. But however, this dip yesterday could be explained, is nothing to be worried about. Is explainable as we saw profit takers, taking profit here and there as a result of the first quarter, coming towards an end where we are seeing release from companies, their Q1 reports and all that. So, but we're quite sure that while the market is trying to take a little corrective measure from the bullish run that we've seen since 2026, but it will stabilize and there's still more profit to be made. So, as the dip may continue, you begin to take advantageous position moving forward. And then let's take a look at Naira performance yesterday. The Naira experienced a slight depreciation in the official market, continuing a week of minor fluctuation as the market reacts to CBN recent interest rate cuts. And then the breakdown of the market as at yesterday would say that the Naira, closed slightly on a weaker, note at the official window. And then looking at the Naira yesterday closed at 1,353 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, compared to the 1,349.23 kobo against the dollar, which it closed on Monday. So, which represent marginal loss of roughly about 0.32%. Then against the British pound, the Naira was able to nudge on and close at 1,712 naira 40 kobo against the British pound. And then moving on to the euro, you see that the Naira, settled at approximately 1,592 naira 94 kobo against the euros. And then moving over to the parallel market, where what people call the street market, it remained relatively stable as the convergence between the official and parallel rates continued to hold. And when we take a look at the street market or parallel market, some call it black market, you see that the Naira traded at 1,340 naira and 1,355 naira as against the dollar, showing almost total parity with the official rate. And a major goal of the current administration is forest reform. And then against the British pound, at the parallel market, we saw that the Naira, yesterday was around 1,735 naira to 1,745 naira. While against the euro, it exchanged at roughly 1,605 naira to 1,620 naira. And then when you look at the currency table, like we've analyzed, you see that the market, though, is a bit stable when you compare at the official rate. We saw at the official rate against the dollar that the Naira at the official market was 1,359 naira, 53 naira 50 kobo, and while at the parallel market it was at 1,348 naira. And then against the British pound, you saw that at the official market the Naira was at 1,712 naira 40 kobo, compared to the parallel market where it nudged at 1,740 naira. And against the euro, the official market will have Naira at 1,592 naira 94 kobo against the dollar, and the parallel market will have it at 1,612 naira. Then, this whole market, the stability in the naira is largely attributed to Nigeria's gross reserve, which hit a 13-year high of 50.4 billion naira this month, which is quite commendable. While the slight depreciation yesterday caused a small ripple, and analysts view this as market normalization, market correcting its flow, due to recent surge in capital inflows. Yes, and then let's move on quickly to the Brent crude performance yesterday, and we'll tell you that the Brent yesterday experienced a volatile section, ultimately managing a slight gain despite significant downward pressure from the U.S. inventory data. When we look at the numbers, the Brent for April delivery rose by $0.11, which is about 0.15% to settle at 71 naira per barrel, $71 2 cents per barrel. And then that's, while it's quite commendable, we saw an intraday range which fluctuated between a low of 70.45 cents, and a high of $71.56, reflecting a market caught between geopolitical fear and oversupply reality. Then when you take a look at the market drivers, one of the things that drove the market yesterday, which I will told you that market looked more like a tug of war yesterday between two massive opposing forces, and one of the factors in the bearish force that drove the market high yesterday was the U.S. Energy Information Administration that reported a massive jump in crude stocks of 15.99 million barrels for the week that ended February 28th, and this was the largest weekly build in 3 years and far exceeded analysts' expectation of 1.5 million barrels increase. And normally a build this large would automatically cause a price crash. And then when you look at the bullish run, one of the factors from the bullish run that drove the price of the Brent crude is the US-Iran tension. There's a lot of tension when you talk about the Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, being that there is a geopolitical risk at presently, but one is hoping that from conversation, if the conversation will be able to hold and be meaningful from Geneva talks, and from that things won't be able to degenerate to where we would begin to exchange blows, as been threatened by the government of the United States of America, warning Iran that they cannot in any way possess such dangerous weapons. And these are the factors that drove the market yesterday. Then when we take a look at what this means for Nigeria, you see that with Brent holding steady above $71, it remains well above Nigeria's 2026 budget benchmark, which is typically set between $50 to $60. So this price level, continues to support recent growth in Nigeria foreign reserve, which we've told you is at $50.4 billion at this month. So this whole scenario is quite and very good for Nigerian stability and our foreign reserve. So in overall, the market would rebound from the dip that we witnessed yesterday. We told you that investors are taking position, and on the Brent and crude, things are looking up well. So everything is working up. Investors are taking new position, as they wait for Q1 reports from most of the companies, and you see banking sector driving the economy, driving the financial sector, as you've seen a lot of recapitalization. About 20 banks are already recapitalized, and others are following suit, where we may see a major or total acquisition of those that we are not able to reach that benchmark. But a whole lot of capital, we told you about 72% of this capital were raised internally, leaving just a meager part to be raised externally. So that tells you that, yes, why the policies of government is helping to re-stabilize the economy, and local investors are really taking position. It's time to take advantage of the little dip before the market. After the market correction, there will be a rebound, and investors will be able to continue to take from the bullish run and cash out from their investment, the overflow that will come. And that's where we'll leave you today on the business update, and till will come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable: ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal. It is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Good morning and welcome to the news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. Northeast governors intensify education drive to curb child recruitment. Acting Inspector General of Police assumes office. On the foreign scene, Pope Leo XIV confirms first pastoral visit to Africa. On business, National Revenue Service sets 40.7 trillion naira revenue target for 2026. Now the news in details. Governors across northeast Nigeria are intensifying investment in education as part of broader efforts to curb insurgent recruitment. Following a report by UNICEF indicating that 1,120 children comprising 525 boys and 495 girls were recruited by armed groups in the region in 2024. The disclosure has renewed concerns over child vulnerability amid prolonged insecurity. State governments, including Borno State, Taraba State, Gombe State, Yobe State, and Bauchi State, say expanded free education policies and vocational programs are central to reducing the pool of at-risk youths. They argue that structured learning environments remain critical to countering extremist narratives. In Borno, Senior Technical Assistant Abdurrahman Bundi says the number of out-of-school children has declined from 2 million to approximately 700,000. The state government also confirmed the construction of 20 Islamic colleges aimed at integrating modern curricula with religious instruction. Beyond classroom interventions, the Borno state government says palliative distributions to vulnerable households are being sustained to address food insecurity, a factor officials say armed groups often exploit in recruitment strategies. Regional leaders maintain that long-term stability depends on economic inclusion and youth engagement. AG Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu has assumed office as the 23rd Indigenous Inspector General of Police, succeeding IGP Kayode Adeolu Ebotokun, who served from June 19, 2023 to February 24, 2026. Born on April 13, 1966, Disu hails from Lagos Island local government area of Lagos State. Mr. Disu joined the Nigerian Police Force as a cadet assistant superintendent of police on May 18, 1992. Prior to his appointment, he served as Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department Annex, Alabon, Lagos. His previous postings include Commissioner of Police, River State Police Command, and Commander of the Rapid Response Squad, Lagos. The Acting Inspector General has pledged to consolidate ongoing reforms, strengthen internal security frameworks, and deepen community policing partnerships. The Nigerian Police Force expressed appreciation to the immediate past Inspector General, Mr. Kayode Ebotokun, for his contributions to institutional modernization. The Police Service Commission has announced that 434,604 applicants have qualified for the next phase of recruitment into the Nigerian Police Force, competing for 50,000 available positions. The Commission disclosed that more than 600,000 candidates initially applied. According to the Commission, over 120,000 applicants were disqualified during preliminary screening. The Commission highlighted regional disparities, noting that Adamawa State recorded the highest number of applications, while Ebonyi State, Lagos State, and Anambra State posted lower turnout figures. Physical and credential screenings are scheduled to commence nationwide on March 9, 2026. The Commission says the process will include drug integrity tests conducted in partnership with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The Commission has also introduced a whistleblowing framework to address potential irregularities. It insisted that the recruitment exercise will adhere strictly to merit-based criteria aimed at enhancing professionalism and public confidence. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has inaugurated a commission of inquiry to investigate the dispute surrounding the Eze Uzu traditional stool of Oka. The panel was considered amid prolonged tensions over the revered institution. The commission is chaired by retired Justice Paul Obidigwe, former Chief Judge of Anambra State, with Professor Kate Omenowa serving as secretary. Other members include His Royal Highness Dr. Ben Emeka, Barrister Nemeka Egonu, and Reverend Father Maurice Izungwa. The panel's mandate includes determining the remote and immediate causes of the dispute, assessing the propriety of the dethronement of Chief Gibson Nwosu, known as Ezuzu II, and examining the legitimacy of Chief Austin Digwe's selection and installation. Governor Soludo emphasized adherence to due process, legal frameworks, and traditional norms. The commission is expected to submit its finding by March 17, 2026. Stakeholders of the All Progressive Congress in Abia State have endorsed the formation of a 7-man committee to oversee ward and local government congresses across the state's 184 wards. The decision followed a harmonization meeting in Abuja. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chief Benjamin Kalu, says the harmonization process aims to strengthen unity and ensure inclusive participation. He reiterated that the APC remains a collective platform belonging equally to all members. Party leaders stated that the APC National Executive Committee and caucus resolved to eliminate parallel processes capable of generating internal disputes. The intervention followed reported procedural conflicts within the state chapter. Chairman of the APC Ward and Local Government Congress Committee, Mr. Emmanuel Goa, assured stakeholders of transparency and strict compliance with national directives. Committee representatives called for cooperation to guarantee a peaceful exercise. A violent attack on opposition figures in Benin City, Edo State, has triggered heightened political tensions. Gunmen targeted the African Democratic Congress Secretariat and the residence of former Governor John Odige Oyegun during a gathering of party leaders. Witnesses reported damage to vehicles and property. The Obedient Movement described the incident as a premeditated assassination attempt. Opposition parties and the Inter-Party Advisory Council have demanded a federal investigation. The Edo State Police Command confirmed that investigations are underway with no arrests announced. The ruling All Progressive Congress rejected allegations of involvement, citing internal opposition disputes. Governor Monday Obelo condemned the violence while urging political actors to resolve conflicts peacefully. The Ogun State government has inaugurated a 15-member joint monitoring committee to address environmental concerns in Ogijo. The panel includes community representatives residing near battery recycling facilities. The Commissioner for Environment, Ola Oresanya, warned operators to comply strictly with environmental regulations. He reiterated a zero-tolerance policy for violations affecting public safety. The Health Commissioner, Dr. Tommy Coker, confirmed that the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research has collected blood samples from over 500 residents to assess potential lead exposure. He said the findings will guide remediation efforts. The government maintains that non-compliant facilities risk permanent closure. Proceedings in the arraignment of former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasser El-Rufai were adjourned at the Federal High Court, Abuja, following a custody-related jurisdictional dispute. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik fixed April 23, 2026 for continuation. The court was informed that Malam El-Rufai remains in the custody of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. The judge ruled that bail considerations are premature until formal appearance. Malam El-Rufai faces charges filed by the Department of State Services alleging unlawful inception of communications involving National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. His legal team has filed a motion to squash the charges. The case follows multiple investigations involving the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and ICPC. Legal proceedings continue. The Kwankwasia movement has criticized the administration of Governor Abba Yusuf in Kano State, alleging harassment of political critics. The claims follows concerns raised by Amnesty International. The movement accused security agencies, including the DSS, of targeting individuals over social media commentary. State authorities have not issued a formal response. Political tensions have intensified following Governor Yusuf's defection to the APC and his split from Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Speculation over political realignment persists. President Bola Tinubu has called for restraint, urging adherence to democratic norms. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Northeast governors strengthen education measures against child recruitment. Acting Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Rewan Disu, assumes duty. Then coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Pope Leo XIV to embark on first pastoral visit to Africa. On business, National Revenue Service targets 40.7 trillion naira revenue for 2026. We'll be right back. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The Vatican has confirmed that Pope Leo XIV will undertake his first pastoral visit to Africa this April. The 10-day tour is scheduled to begin on April 13th, covering Algeria, Cameroon, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea. The Algeria leg is drawing particular attention as it would mark the first papal visit to the predominantly Muslim nation. Vatican officials say the visit reflects the Pope's Augustinian heritage and his long-standing interest in the legacy of St. Augustine. In Cameroon, the Pope is expected to visit Bamenda, a region affected by prolonged separatist unrest. Church authorities describe the stop as a gesture aimed at encouraging peace and reconciliation. The Vatican says the broader mission underscores Africa's growing importance within global Catholicism, with the continent now representing a significant share of the Church's faithful. Brazil Supreme Court has convicted Domingos Inácio Brasil and João Francisco Inácio Brasil for ordering the 2018 assassination of Rio de Janeiro councillor Marielle Franco. The court handed both men prison sentences exceeding 76 years. The ruling concluded that Franco was targeted due to her opposition to military activities and alleged threats to illegal economic interests. The killing has sparked widespread outrage across Brazil and the international community. Marielle Franco, a prominent human rights advocate, became a global symbol against political violence following her death. Her driver, Anderson Gomez, was also killed in the attack. Minister for Racial Equality Aniel Franco welcomed the verdict, describing it as a major step toward accountability and justice after years of legal precedents. Cuba's Interior Ministry has reported a deadly maritime confrontation near Cayo Falcons involving border guards and a Florida-registered speedboat. Authorities say 4 individuals were killed and 6 others injured. Cuban officials allege that the vessel's occupants opened fire first, wounding a patrol commander. Border guards responded with lethal force. The identities and nationalities of those aboard the speedboat have not been officially confirmed. The incident has triggered reactions from U.S. political figures. Lawmakers in Florida have called for investigation, citing concerns over possible American casualties. The event has renewed diplomatic sensitivities between Havana and Washington. The Swiss federal government has announced a solidarity compensation package following the New Year Eve fire at Kranstrom Montana Sky report. Survivors and bereaved families are each to receive 50,000 Swiss francs Officials say the payout is intended to provide immediate financial relief without administrative delays. The tragedy resulted in dozens of fatalities and injuries. Investigators believe the blaze originated inside the Lair Constellation bar, with preliminary findings pointing to the ignition of flammable materials. Criminal proceedings are ongoing, with scrutiny extending to safety compliance and regulatory oversight. Authorities say long-term compensation discussions will follow. Governor Alex Otti of Abia State has flagged off the reconstruction of the Enyimba Hotel in Aba. The project is being redeveloped as the Radisson Blue Enyimba International Hotel. The first phase will deliver a 120-room luxury facility alongside a convention center. Expansion plans project a 250-room complex within 4 years. Governor Otti says redevelopment aligns with broader infrastructure, sanitation, and security upgrades undertaken in Aba. The Joint Revenue Board has urged state governments to adopt Nigeria's new tax harmonization framework. Executive Secretary Olusegun Adesokan says subnational cooperation remains critical to reform success. The proposed model law seeks to consolidate numerous taxes and levies into 9 standardized categories. The board says the initiative aims to eliminate multiple taxation, improve compliance, and enhance transparency through digital payment systems. Officials report that several states have already aligned with the framework, while consultations continue nationwide. The National Revenue Service has projected a revenue target of 40.7 trillion naira for the 2026 fiscal year. Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji disclosed the estimate during a session with the House Committee on Appropriations. The projection incorporates tax revenues, petroleum earnings, and mineral royalties. Adedeji noted that 2025 collections exceeded expectations, driven largely by growth in non-oil revenue streams. Government officials say fiscal adjustments, including capital expenditure rollovers, are being implemented to stabilize budget execution. Now in sports, the Super Falcons camp in Yaoundé has received Captain Rashidat Ajibaye and several foreign-based players ahead of international friendlies against Cameroon. Team officials confirmed that training sessions have commenced at State Omnisport Amadou Ohicho. The fixtures form part of preparations for upcoming continental competitions. Coaching staff say the matches will support tactical assessment and squad cohesion. Former internationals Emmanuel Aneke, Etim Esim, and Azubike Igwekwe have expressed concerns over the increasing reliance on foreign-born players in the national team. The ex-players emphasized the need to maintain developmental pathways for talent within Nigeria Premier Football League. They argued that strategic balance remains essential for long-term domestic football growth. Football authorities have continued scouting efforts across both local and international player pools. Ceylon Sports Victor Osimhen scored a decisive extra-time goal as Galatasaray advanced to the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League following victory over Juventus. The encounter saw dramatic momentum shift, including a second-half dismissal for Juventus defender Lloyd Kelly. Galatasaray secured progression with a late insurance goal from Baris Alpayimaz. The Turkish side now awaits its next opponent in the knockout stage. And now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike and businessman Olakunle Churchill publicly reunited in Abuja to celebrate their son, King Andres' 10th birthday. The event drew attention following years of widely reported disputes between the former couple. Both parties shared remarks emphasizing co-parenting and reconciliation. Observers described the development as a notable shift toward family-centered engagement. And finally, before we go on the news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. Governors of states in northeast Nigeria have renewed commitments to expanding access to education as part of broader efforts to address child vulnerability in conflict-affected communities. The intervention follows concerns raised by the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, over the recruitment of minors by armed groups across the region. Acting Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunde Jisu, has formally assumed office as the 23rd Indigenous Inspector General of Police. He succeeds Inspector General of Police, Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, whose tenure spanned from June 19, 2023 to February 24, 2026. The transition was confirmed by the Nigerian Police Force headquarters. IGP Disu, who hails from Lagos Island local government area of Lagos State, brings decades of operational, investigative, and administrative policing experience. On the foreign scene, the Vatican has confirmed that Pope Leo XIV will undertake his first pastoral visit to Africa this April. The scheduled tour will cover Algeria, Cameroon, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea, reflecting the continent's growing significance within global Catholicism. Vatican officials say the visit to Algeria is particularly symbolic, marking a papal engagement with a predominantly Muslim nation. The Holy See notes that the mission aligns with Pope's long-standing emphasis on interfaith dialogue and global pastoral outreach. And on business, the National Revenue Service has projected a revenue target of 40.7 trillion naira for the 2026 fiscal year. The executive chairman of the National Revenue Service, Mr. Zach Adedeji, announced the projection during an engagement with the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriation. Mr. Adedeji says the estimate incorporates tax revenues, petroleum earnings, and mineral royalties, supported by ongoing fiscal reforms. And that's the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. Bye.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, Governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress. As the Christmas and New Year holidays approach, the Enugu State Police Command is urging residents and travelers to stay alert and prioritize their personal safety throughout the festive season. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command called for greater vigilance, warning that poor planning during the celebrations often leads to avoidable security and safety risks. The police are advising members of the public to plan their movements carefully, remain aware of their surroundings, and report any suspicious behavior to the nearest security agency. Travelers are also being asked to check the security situation of their routes before embarking on any journey. On travel safety, the command is reminding motorists to ensure their vehicles are in good working condition, checking tires, brakes, lights, and other key components. Passengers using public transport are urged to patronize only reputable operators at recognized motor parks to avoid falling victim to one chance and similar crimes. Residents are further advised to avoid posting their travel plans or locations on social media and instead share such details only with trusted family members. The police public relations officer also highlighted key road safety guidelines. Motorists are encouraged to keep to speed limits, avoid night travel, stay away from drink driving, and reduce all forms of distraction behind the wheel. They are also urged to cooperate calmly with security personnel at checkpoints and take regular rest breaks to prevent fatigue. For those leaving town, the police are calling on residents to secure their homes before traveling. This includes activating CCTV systems where available, avoiding predictable hiding places for spare keys, and switching off all electrical appliances. The command is also warning against storing petrol or other flammable materials indoors. Parents and guardians are being reminded to keep a close eye on their children, particularly in crowded public places, and to spend wisely to avoid financial strain in the new year. The police have also released emergency contact numbers for those traveling through Enugu State. These include the command's emergency lines on 080 320 03702 and 080 866 71202. The command and control center numbers 112 or 091 346 666 68 and 091 3444 8093 and PPRO's direct line 080 217 09005. Numbers for reporting police misconduct have also been provided. And finally, the Enugu Police Command is urging residents to exercise caution, stay vigilant, and enjoy a peaceful and secure festive season. The command also wishes the public safe travels and a prosperous 2026.
morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned in to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrata, Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Thursday, 26th of February 2026, so it's another new month, new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. So it's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business stock update, hot picks, and that Sunrise pack to help you on the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we will keep things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to help shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, and of course, tasty.
We will give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll wrap things up by bringing you the sports update and the business news update as well to keep you informed with your investments.
All right, now to our inspiration segment, and it's coming from Mark Twain. Mark Twain said, "Keep away from people who try to belittle your ambitions. Small people always do that, but the really great make you feel you can be great too." He says, keep away from people who try to belittle your ambitions. Small people always do that, but the really great make you feel that you too can be great. Well, this quote actually means what I was telling someone yesterday already about how you should be ambitious as a human being, and that means that you should protect your dreams from people who try to make them seem unimportant or unrealistic. When Twain says keep away from people who try to belittle your ambitions, he is warning you about individuals who discourage you, mock your goals, or make you feel foolish for dreaming big. Often, such people project their own fears, insecurities, or limitations onto others. Instead of striving for growth themselves, they attempt to shrink others to their level. The line "small people always do that," well, doesn't refer to physical size, it refers to mindset. Let me take that line again. I said the line "small people" doesn't matter by physical size, it matters and it refers to mindset. Small people think narrowly, fear success, and feel threatened by ambition. In contrast, the really great are those with confidence, wisdom, and generosity of spirit. Truly great people don't compete by tearing others down. Instead, they inspire, encourage, and make you feel that you are capable of greatness. Yes, in simple terms, it means you have to surround yourself with people who uplift you, not those who reduce you. Stay close to those who inspire growth, and distance yourself from negativity that weakens your confidence. Yes, Mr. Uche, can I...
Right.
Yeah.
I think you've quite explained it very well. It's well put together, looking at this quote from Mike Twain. Keep away from people who try to belittle your ambition. Small people always do that, but the real great make you that can be great. And when you look at that quote and listening to you, talk about it, this is about mindset.
Yes.
It's not about height. It's not about affluence. It's not about position. It's about mindset.
Yes.
Mark Twain is really telling you that you begin to look at your, sphere of influence, the people that you commune with. Who are the people around you? There's this saying that show me your friend and I will tell you who you are. If you really want to be great, you have to surround yourself with great people, great minds, people who will inspire you into growth, not people who would want you to remain stagnant at their level. No. If you are aspiring for greater things in life, you need to surround yourself with people who have similar vision with you, people who see things, who see life from your perspective. And that's the only way you can, climb the ladders of life. Not, surrounding yourself with people of low ambition. Yes, low ambition. That's what Mike Twain is telling us here when he's talking about small people. He's not talking about small people in terms of wealth, in terms of well-to-do, or in stature. No, he is speaking to having men, that is more dangerous, very detrimental to have men of low ambition. Low or no ambition is quite detrimental. So for you to grow, you need to have around you people who are able, to see things realistically, who are aspiring to do greater things in life. And that's why, if you come to, for example, I like to bring it home. That's why in the Igbo apprenticeship system, what do? They look for people who are thriving in a certain business, and they send the boy to go and learn, experiential knowledge from this individual. So you see that the time they spent in that apprenticeship system, they are not just going to open and close the shop. There are a lot of things involved, a lot of training. You begin to, pattern the life of the boy according to the lifestyle of the master. And he learns the trade, the intricacies of the trade, the wisdom, the methodology from the master. And you see, more often, you see the people that go through that Igbo apprenticeship system, they turn out to be great because there is a process, there is a pattern, and they were meant to understudy people who have traded that path and has risen to a certain level. And when you see that you are with people who have gotten to that level of success, they do not discourage you. Rather, they would inspire you, push you, for you to be able to attain the height. And McTowan this morning is telling us that this is where we need to dwell, at the gathering of great minds, not at people who will discourage our little ambition. And I tell you, keep telling people to start from where you are.
Yes.
But this morning, we are telling you to equally take a look at where you are. That could be the challenge why you've not taken off yet. You want to go into a new business as an entrepreneur. You want to submit a new application, to an agency, to a commission, to a ministry and all that. And the people around you are telling you it's not possible. You need to take a look at where you're standing. That could be the challenge why you've not taken off, or why you've not gotten to the height of where you are ought to be. So take a look again. You begin to, if I use the word disinfectant, you have to begin to disinfect yourself from people of lower acumen, small minds, like Moktawa would call them. Yeah. Have around you great minds. They will inspire you to great things.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chief, for that extensive commentary on the inspirational segment of today. Well, we move to our weather report for today.
All right, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. You're starting the day calm and slightly cloudy, around 24 degrees Celsius. But don't be deceived. The afternoon will turn very hot, climbing up to about 38 degrees Celsius. Expect sunshine with a few passing clouds. Tonight settles at about 23 degrees Celsius. Warm but manageable. Hydrate well today.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. It's mostly a cloudy morning at 24 degrees Celsius, feeling quite comfortable. By afternoon, sunshine dominates and temperatures rise sharply to around 38 degrees Celsius. The evening cools slightly to about 23 degrees Celsius. It's a hot one, Take it easy under that sun.
Good morning, Abakaliki. You're waking up to mild conditions near 24 degrees Celsius. As the day unfolds, expect strong sunshine and heat building up to approximately 38 degrees Celsius. Nighttime temperatures will hover around 23 degrees Celsius. A bright and sunny day ahead.
And good morning, Imo State. Owerri is currently around 24 degrees Celsius with cloud cover. By afternoon, it was very warm with sunshine pushing temperatures up to 38 degrees Celsius. Later tonight, it drops to about 23 degrees Celsius. Stay cool and drink plenty of water.
Good morning, Omahia. A calm and slightly cloud start at 24 degrees Celsius, but by midday and afternoon, expect hot sunshine with highs near 38 degrees Celsius. Evening brings warmth around 23 degrees Celsius. It's a sunny and energetic day ahead.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. And also remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We will take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. In the nation, we have Tinubu to Disu, restore security. In the Punch, we have Disu declares total war on police corruption, impunity. Now in the Vanguard, we have outrage greets gun attacks on Obi, Oyegun, others. Now in the Daily Trust, we have DSS releases Walida. 8 DIJs likely to go as Tinubu appoints Disu acting IGP. Now in the Daily Sun, we have new IGP talks tough. Now in the Daily Telegraph, we have doubling cash for NHS had no impact. So let's take a look at the Daily Trust, what we have in the Daily Trust from the commentary. In the Daily Trust, we have the Department of State Services has released Walida following detention that sparked public debate. Details surrounding the arrest remain limited, but rights groups are calling for transparency. Still on the Daily Trust, we are having, following the appointment of Disu as acting IGP, at least 8 deputy inspectors general may be forced into retirement due to service rules and restructuring within the police. Mr. Che, I would like to know your thoughts on this.
All right. Starting with the headline on the Punch newspaper, where we are told about the appointment, and Disu making a declaration is expectedly what everyone is already aware that a Batakun, DIJ Batakun, the Inspector General of Police, has resigned from his position, and a new Inspector General of Police has been appointed in the person of Disu. And going by the track record of Disu, if you read his profile, he is well put together, well packaged. He is said to be a very decent policeman when it comes to his achievements and reforms in the police force. So him now coming to take that position as the IG of police, I tell you that a lot is expected, given the mandate or the directive of Mr. President to the new IG of police to ensure that there is a total war on corruption and the fight against insecurity. In fact, the president has charged him to take charge and see that insecurity, is dealt with seriously. And why decorating this, one could see, that this determined police officer who, from his demeanor, looks set to combat and confront the security challenges that he has met on ground. And while looking at the situation, you will see that he has called that his attention or priority, if I'm to quote him, he says, "My top priority is to let my men know citizens are the boss. I will take the welfare of my men into consideration because people who are motivated put in their best. My men will know impunity is over and there will be zero corruption," according to Tunji Dusu. And when one takes a look at it, let it not be, all talks. If he is able to walk this talk, I tell you, you will start stemming insecurity in Nigeria. Because when you look at the condition of service of the policemen, it leaves less to be desired. It leaves more to be desired because the situation at which these police operatives are meant to operate is so worrisome, leading to why you have always issues around corruption. Police becoming a symbol of the corruption albatross on Nigeria. And I tell you, if he can achieve this mileage in curbing, corruption in the force by, re-establishing or taking priority the welfare of his men, then I will tell you that his tenure will be marked with will be marked as a tremendous success. However, you remember that moving backwards, a whole lot of previous IGs of police have, given same rhetorics. And I tell you, it should be at a point where we move beyond words to see that action is implemented. In fact, at this point in time, one is expecting an IG of police who would re-energize and overhaul the institution of police from what it's been over years, because it seemed not to have produced the required results that Nigerians, are expecting from a robust police force. However, that does not mean to say that the police in Nigeria are not trying, especially given that we are under-policed in Nigeria, where you have about 300 individuals being policed by one man. It makes it quite difficult and hectic for the job. And over time, we've looked at the tenure of the departing IG of police, why one may, want to celebrate his era as being one of calmer demeanor from what we've witnessed over years. We've seen IGs that were dismissed based on several allegations, However, one thing that dominated his period was the issue around his years of service, which according to them is no longer in tandem with the Police Service Commission requirement on IGs. However, one is no longer his news that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did keep faith with him, but we are told that he has resigned to attend to family issues. So it's a new chapter, it's a new era, and the marching order had been given. But at this point, if the clip on Disu's comments are ready, I'll call for that video at this point. Let's listen to the man himself.
The appointment means a lot to me. Means a lot to me because I have the love of my profession, the love of the country, and it came at a time I was not expecting it. That makes me give thanks to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for his magnanimity to see me fit to be appointed as the Inspector General of Police.
Okay, so what would the President seems to believe so much in you. He spoke glowingly of you, of your career. He knows a lot about your past. So what does this do as in form of encouragement towards the assignments you have at hand?
The President mentioning a lot of activities about me, mentioning areas I've worked, mentioning successes I've recorded as a policeman, brought emotion to me, almost brought me to tears. It shows the President took his time to monitor officers working everywhere in the country, and it shows the President was throwing a challenge at me to go out there and do what I'm known for, and ensure that I bring peace, recognition, and co to the country.
What will be your top priority for Nigeria?
My top priority, like one of the first lecture I'm going to have with my men, I'm going to talk to them, let them know that the citizen of the country are the boss. It's very, very important for them to know that no police anywhere in the world can succeed without the cooperation of members of the public. I'm going to ensure that I take their welfare into consideration, because people who are motivated are putting their best.
So what charge will you be giving to your men and officers for the public to know in keying into your vision for the police?
I will let them know that the area of impunity is over. I will ensure that I train them and encourage them to ensure they follow human rights. I will ensure that they know that I will try to follow a regime of zero tolerance to corruption. And most importantly, I'm going to drum it into them that we can never succeed without the cooperation of members of the public. I will make sure I do that. And most importantly, again, the country is facing a particular problem now, issue of banditry, insurgency. I know all police officers around have been doing their best. They are hardworking people. All I need to do is to channel their
IG of Police, Tunji Dusu, making the people the center of his policy, especially in calling, conversing and lecturing his men on the need to treat the people right, that policing nowhere in the world would succeed without the collaboration or cooperation of the citizen. So that, is heartwarming. And when you listen to him, especially given his track record, and you hear him there talking about Mr. President, really not his record, because Tunji, if one is to go by his profile, one will say that he came prepared. Over time, he's had a very, glowing career, serving even beyond the shores of Nigeria with Interpol and others. And when you look at his exploits in Lagos, where he rebranded his men, the good men, he's all about, increasing the morale of his men, and that in itself is very, very encouraging. But one would hope that beyond the rhetorics, that these intentions, because they remain intention until we see them in action, that they are well implemented and they translate to a better policing for Nigeria, then we will be able to celebrate this hour. But as it stands, these are wells, and we've had previous IGs of police, when they marshal out the things they intend to achieve in office, you are elected and you want to dance and celebrate these things. But at the end of the day, when the stock is taken, you begin to ask the question, what happened? Did these individuals forget what they read out as their policy direction when they were taking such office? However, we'll just hope that this will be a different one. But like I did mention, if he is able to center his priority in, focusing his men, their ideas and vision on what policing is about, that will help the nation more. Realize that, he did say that, yes, Nigeria you've been experiencing insurgency, banditry, and all that, and he will look at that as well. We know that, yes, policing, the army is a whole, needs a whole security attention. But one thing I am so keen about is that a reformed police force would realize and achieve stability in terms of security more than what we have now. So if he should be able to succeed in re-engineering a new orientation for the police and let them become the good men, yes, or the good boys, like he branded them in Lagos, that would go a long way in ensuring stability. And one other agenda, if one is allowed to set agendas for the new IG, is that he has to take the welfare of his men very seriously, because over time, when you go across the police barracks and all that, it's nothing to write home about. And one begins to imagine even how these policemen are able to function? How do they cope? How is it that they're able to do what they do? Given that, yes, we'll speak a lot of the ills around our policing, but over time, when you check the condition upon which these men operate, you have to give them thumbs up. And we pray that we've gotten an IG of police who will take care of the welfare of his men, and that way they will be able to offer us a better policing. And beyond this is policies and ideology. Nigeria as a nation need to rethink our policing, especially why I'm so excited with Mr. President. He more often call attention to issue of state policing. Nigeria as it is at the moment can no longer and is overwhelmed by the state police. The federal police is overwhelmed. Is either they are allowed to massively recruit more men into their fold. But how do you bring more men into their fold when you have not been able to take care of their welfare? This is paramount. But one knows that we need to increase the number of our policing. As the population of Nigeria is on the increase, it's estimated that Nigeria at this moment is way beyond 250 million estimation. Given to how many number of policemen do we have in the force, that becomes more worrisome, where you have a single individual policing over 300 men, over 300 Nigerians. It becomes a very, very delicate situation. Insecurity will continue to be on the rise. Crime may go unchecked or not well policed. So there are a whole lot of issues, there are a whole lot of agenda for the new IG of police to tackle. Away from the conversations or analysis, begin to draw attention that of this repetitive pattern where a sitting commander-in-chief would always want to pander to his tribe or region when it comes to certain appointments. We hope that the replacement of a Batokun by Tunju Disu would give us more in terms of the achievables for us to look away from the natural sentiment of Nigeria. You realize that Nigeria is a multi-ethnic society, so it always rears its face when we see appointments. People feel marginalized, neglected, threatened. But this shouldn't be the case. We want to believe that, given the track record of Disu, that this appointment is based on merit, that he is the most eminently qualified to occupy this role without any other primordial sentiment, because Nigeria at present is in their need of experience, best hands in terms of policing, given what we are facing in terms of insecurity. It cannot be overemphasized. We cannot overemphasize the fact that we need better policing in Nigeria. We need capable hands. We need the most equipped, most experienced to occupy this position. And these sentiments continue to rise, more especially when you see that many DIGs that will have to go, because it seems that the most a lower ranking in terms of ranking officer has been appointed or elevated to the highest ranking in the police station, in police force, and the senior officers, as it is in the security architecture, may not want to take orders from their junior, and is expected that, yes, with this confirmation and this oath of office, that they would resign from their position and meant to go home. But we hope that when they do, that nation will appreciate their years of service, their years of contribution to Nigeria. But be that as it may, we pray and hope that this new oath of office that IG Diso has taken to would say no more to impunity in place and take charge to restore discipline, combat banditry, terrorism in Nigeria. Let it be a new era of policing for Nigeria. But one has to lay emphasis that there has to be a total police reform in Nigeria, one that will move away from the federal control that we have at this moment. Perhaps it's time for us to look into a collaborative state policing or community policing, as some may want it. But one thing that is not in doubt is that we really need to rethink our policing at the moment. However, congratulations to the new IG of police, and we hope that you would walk the talk.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we go over to Daily Trust. Daily Trust. The headline in the Daily Trust says, Fin 3, set to defect as Speaker. 13 Assembly members dump PDP. The Speaker of Adamawa State House of Assembly, Batia Wesley, has resigned from People's Democratic Party, PDP, alongside other 14 lawmakers.
All right. Looking at this other headline, one of the major headlines in the Daily Trust newspaper,
Daily Trust, yes,
where we were seeing that the Speaker of the Adamawa State Assembly has led 13 other members, to defect or resign their membership of the PDP.
Yes.
One thing I would tell you that this is long overdue, is long expected, and it is, with the movement of Batia Wesley, away from the PDP, is expected that this is to smoothen the path for the governor to, family the camp from PDP to APC.
Yeah.
So I tell you one thing. Every Nigerian, every political analyst or political watcher in Nigeria, has been expecting this move. And I tell you one thing, not long from now, you will see the governor of Adamawa State, Governor Amandu Umar Fintri, make that, declaration of his resignation from the PDP to APC. This will now signal a new era where we'll have a dominant, never have we had it this way in the nation, where you have a political party dominating at the center and across the states. In fact, with this now, it will now be firmly about 30 states in the control of the ruling APC, across region. This is quite massive, away from what we've witnessed, leaving the PDP with three states, Labour Party with one, ABGA with one, and which other party? Accord in Osun State with one state, as well. So with this movement is total dominance for APC across the states, though there are a lot of people are beginning to raise eyebrows as to what implication this holds for the polity. But away from all that, Fintri from Adamawa State, I begin to look at what could have been and what may have happened. What is the attraction for the opposition to begin to move towards the APC? What is the carrot here? A lot of people would want us to believe that most of the governors are coerced into this movement. But if you understand the Nigerian politics very well and the position that governors hold in Nigeria, yes, there are possibility that one can be coerced through federal might, but is not something that governors will do out of their will, because a lot of you have to get the fundamentals right. And when you do that defection, especially for a state like Adamawa, where you have the former vice president Atiku Abubakar, and other eminent politicians, the governor making such a move has to be well calculated, which is why it's taking a long time in the making. And perhaps with this movement of the state assembly, it has smoothened the path perfectly for the governor to now make that the campment from the PDP, and perhaps we'll know where he's headed. Even though this is a resignation, we know where they are all headed. Everybody is going to the ruling party, and when you communicate and ask questions, they tell you they want to align with their people, with the government at the center, to attract more development to their region. That's this, the rhetoric across everywhere you see defection. It happened in Enugu. The governor of Enugu State told you that he wants to align Enugu State with the government at the center. They don't want to be in the opposition again. And when you move away from that, go to the South, River State, and all the states where Delta State, where you've seen governors, the campaign, I'm even more worried that even before we get to the 2027 general election, that
we'll have more.
All the states will be wielding brooms. We may not have any umbrella anywhere. We may not have any other party anywhere. However, when you look at the sorry state that the PDP is in, then it's not far-fetched that most politicians who are, who find themselves under the umbrella would want to seek a greener pasture elsewhere, especially as we approach 2027 election. The PDP is no more what it used to be. The Wike factor has taken effect in the PDP, and give what any analyst would say or whatever position will say. I do not see a reconciliation that will bring the fragmented PDP back to what it used to be. No matter what I'm sorry, I apologize to the PDP faithfuls, but the umbrella is already leaking. And
yes.
we do not see them salvaging it until the rainy season of the next election is over. So whoever remains under the PDP runs the risk of being drenched, a leaky umbrella, So the governor moving to PDP to APC will not be a surprise. He will only be joining his colleague to sing on your mandate. That's where we are at the moment. Everybody wants to sing on your mandate. But away from singing on your mandate, the question remains, what are you doing for your people? What are the developments that you attract for the people? Would that in itself increase the democratic dividends for the common man in Adamawa State? These are the questions, these are the issues. When, if you look at it from the other way around, it begins to tell you the lack of ideological politics that will play in Nigeria, that there's no ideological demarcation between the parties. Go across the length of the parties that we have, when you take them to look at their manifesto, you do not see ideological difference. These are all, not to use that word, but they are all politicians who are only looking for a very good vehicle to realize their ambition going forward. And I tell you that most of the governors, most of the campees from their various political parties are looking for an assurance of securing their position come 2027. And for me, this is what is driving this movement that we are seeing. I do not see it from the basis of attracting anything different from their people, because the Governor Fintri, at the end of the day, will still retain his name, Governor Armando Maru Fintri. Nothing will change about him. It will still be the same policies that's been driving his administration that will continue to witness. However, kudos to the APC family that are increasing in number, taking total dominance, and my prayer is that this would bring more development to the people, to the states, and if I may add, this should help them and help Mr. President quicken action on state policing.
Okay, yes, it will help the president quicken action on state policing. Now let's move over to the next story on the Daily Trust. Just at the front page of Daily Trust, DSS releases Walida. The Department of State Services has released Walida following detention that sparked public debate. The details surrounding the arrest remain limited, but rights groups are calling for transparency in security operations. Mr. Uche, this is actually something that we talked about the other day, about DSS having Walida in a DSS personnel custody, and the public group rights, they are calling for transparency in security operations. Like we analyzed that day, a lot of things are surrounding this story. So right now, I want to ask you, what is actually behind this release of Walida? Because looking from the newspaper, we are already seeing the governor announcing that Walida is the daughter of Jigawa, is a born and brought up and part of Jigawa State. So what is actually surrounding this whole thing, and where is the DSS personnel and all those things in the whole game? Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. This story, as at when we were discussing it, was still, even at this moment, I will tell you that it's still a developing story. The last has not been heard about this very issue. However, more issues are coming to the limelight now. When first of all, I am happy for the governor that has intervened. When you ask about what has been happening behind, we may not know what has been happening behind closed doors. We'll speak the things that are in the open that we know, while it continues to unfold. Okay. But one thing that is not in doubt is that the governor of Jigawa State, in the company of the speaker, Haruna Aliyu, and the commissioner of justice, the attorney general of the state, and the commissioner of justice, Bello, and the commissioner of women affairs, Hajia Hadiza, in company of this individual, went to Abuja to take custody of Walida. And to that was where he made the statement that Walida is a daughter of Jigawa State, and that is not in doubt. Do remember that Walida was allegedly abducted from the state in 2023, until 2025 when the father received a call, when his father Ibrahim received a call that the daughter was in Abuja, leading to their mounting pressure for the daughter to be released to them. And upon discovering that the daughter was in Abuja, they now, and one good thing that is coming out now, why I told you that this is equally a emerging story. As when we were discussing this issue, we didn't know the identity of the individual that called the father. But emerging facts have it that is the DSS operative, Ifani, that called the father to let the father know that the daughter is in Abuja. You understand? And is alleged that one Mariam was the one who allegedly kidnapped Walida from Jigawa State. But be that as it may, this whole story or issue has lingered, most especially when there is a court process involved, which was why we took the very position we took on this issue, being that if the court has issued an order to DSS, for the release of this young woman, the DSS ought to comply, to the court order, being itself an agency that is one of the agencies that should be seen to be upholding the integrity of rule of law that will carry out to the letter any pronouncement from the courts. But we are excited that the DSS has done the good thing, seeing that the Director General of the DSS, Adiola, was the one that handed the young woman over to Governor Omar Namadi, of Jigawa State. But be that as it may, one thing that is quite obvious is that investigation will continue, the processes will continue, and we hope that we will be informed to see how these issues is resolved. One thing is that even the operatives of DSS, Ifani, still has a lot of answers to give. When we are being told that one Mariam allegedly abducted the lady, then they have to explain how Ifani came in contact with Walida. At what point did Ifani come in contact with Walida? At what point, did they got entangled to the extent that Walida is now a nursing mother? So the dynamics of this story, though very complex, is still emerging. There's still a lot of truth that we hope will be uncovered. And thanks to the International Federation of Female Lawyers that has shown interest and followed up, and the Muslim Women Association. But do remember that while we were talking about this issue, I was trying to paint to you, a complex cultural issue, especially from Jigawa State, being that this young lady, was said to have been allegedly abducted from Hadija in Jigawa State. And Hadija in Jigawa State is a place I've, settled for a while. I understand the terrain quite well. And I tell you that when this story is, when we are done with the details of the story, one thing I hope that will come to limelight is the religious disparity between the various people that make up Nigeria, where inter-tribal or inter-religious marriage is frowned out. And I was hoping that this is not, the issue here, because I know that, yes, in Hadija, for example, nobody from Hadija will condone, one, a non-indigenous, two, a non-religious person of the other faith to be romantically involved with the lady. But when you look at the culture, it's no more of age, while we continue to speak and campaign against underage marriage. You understand, the age is not more of the issue here, but why we allow the courts and the DSS for the investigation to pan out to see what and how this lady was abducted for, because we are told that Marianne at one point used her for, used her to enrich herself. It says that she was used, for some nefarious sexual activities, But when that investigation is complete, we would understand, and we are hoping that it wasn't an elopement between the DSS operative and the young woman. But the good thing is that Walida will be reunited with the family. But this time around as a nursing mother. So I tell you, there's still a lot of unfolding stories. And you remember that the DSS operative was indicating interest in marrying the young lady. So, but let investigation pan out. Let's know at what point the Ifeanyi came in contact with this young woman. At what point, she left home or she was abducted around 2023 at a very young age, and 2025 to today in 2026, she has matured by a number of years, at least another 3 years added. So she is becoming a woman, and she's already a woman being a nursing mother. So we'll continue to follow this story and see how it pans out.
All right, we'll continue to follow the story and see how it pans out. Next newspaper is Vanguard, and in the Vanguard we have outrage greets gun attacks on Obi, Oyegun, others. Public condemnation has followed reported gun attacks involving former Anambra Governor Peter Obi and the former ABC chairman John Odige Oyegun. Political leaders and civil society groups are demanding thorough investigations and improved protection for public figures. This is something that we saw on the news just the other day, and a lot of stories are coming out. A lot of reports are already having its way to the limelight. But Mr. Che, I would like to hear your thoughts on this particularly.
All right. My opinion on this is not quite different from what is being, but before I speak to this issue, one thing that is clear is that the government or the governor of Edo State, where this incident happened in Benin, has come out to publicly say that the state government has no hand in it, and that's in one way, is encouraging that there is a statement, as early as yesterday, is narrating the government from any involvement in this attack against these highly placed individuals. These are not just any Nigerian. These are Nigerians that command the respect of many Nigerians. People, and like I did say yesterday, they are what you call not just political leaders. They command some, especially people who command some respect of moral authority. You see the followers, especially the obedient, most of them do not follow him for his politics, but based on the moral authority that he commands, because they see him as the right symbol of what leadership should be, based on his profile as being morally forthright. Being that over time we are told that he has been investigated thoroughly and no debt has been found on him, as a presidential candidate. He boldly and publicly, challenged the status quo, and Nigerians, that anybody who is able to find any debt on him, any corruption debt on him, that he will resign from the race. Until this moment, he walks free, while most politicians are being arrested, are in detention and facing trials. He still walks free. Be that as it may, one thing that is very clear is that we have to, publicly, critique, chastise any of such attempts, to bring in violence into our politics. And I tell you that what happened to this gentleman in Benin will go a long way in affecting and impacting our politics come 2027. We've started celebrating a saner political climb, that where we no longer have that level of violence that heralded our politics over time, coming from 1999 to 2003 and thereabouts. It used to be a lot of violence where there have been politically motivated killings and all that. So we do not want to get back to that, the based level of politics. We want a politics devoid of ideas and ideology, right? And not this kind of politics. But one thing that is obvious is that, yes, where these individuals attacked, yes, the videos coming out from the report coming out from there, and when you listen to them, they were attacked. But what the intent is, what we cannot say at this moment. Was the attack, were they targeted for elimination? Who instigated the people that attacked them? For what purpose? Is it that the John Oyegun, who was formerly a chairman of the APC, will not be able to defect to the ADP, or the governorship aspirant in the last election against Governor Bedwelo, will not be able to formally join, his let me use the word principle, to move to ADC proper. What the intentions we do not know. It will continue to be in the realm of conjecture, but investigation has to be carried out. That's one thing that government owe Nigerians. Especially this investigation has to go beyond those states. It has to be a federal investigation. There has to be a federal inquest as to who instigated this attack on this individual, and then find out beyond who sent them what the intent was, in order to resurrect trust in our system, so that people will not see it that Nigeria or that the ruling party doesn't want some individuals to participate in election. Because I listened to a lot of analysts since yesterday who have been having the picture that the ruling APC may be scared of Obi as a candidate, and they do not want him to be in the ballot in the next election, though he has come out publicly to say against us that he will be in the ballot come 2027 election. And the question is, who is scared of Obi? Like a lot of analysts are raising the question, who is scared of him? So at the end of the day, the buck stops on the federal government to, one, provide security for not just Obi and other highly placed, politically exposed individuals in our polity. We do not want to get back to that place where we used to be. There are a whole lot of unresolved political murders in Nigeria. I do not, and I'm not aware that the case of Bola Ige has been arrested. I'm not aware that the case of Marshal Harry, has been solved. I am not even informed that the case of Funsho Williams in Lagos has equally been solved. And we do not want another numbers on that list. The police are overwhelmed with fighting insurgency, banditry, securing Nigerians, to be given another unresolved murder file. So we will call on the federal government to provide more and more security for the politically exposed while they carry out a thorough investigation into this matter. Let it not go the Nigerian way, where would in few days it filters away and will life continue as usual. No. This, and I know that most Nigerians would want to know the conclusive result or report from the investigation. We should condemn as a people this level or kind of politics. That's not what we want. We want a politics that is robust with ideas that know how to move Nigeria forward. Democracy thrives when you have an opposition that keeps the ruling government on their toes. So we shouldn't frown or jettison such opposition. No. Without opposition, democracy will deteriorate to a level of anarchy, where the government in power would be able to get away with anything that it thinks proper and in their interest. So we need opposition, we need variable opposition to keep government on their toes. And, a lot of individuals has pointed fingers to the direction of the Edo State governor for having made it possible by his rhetorics in the past, where he pointedly told Obi, who, commands a lot of a lot of youth respect from Edo State, not to enter his state without informing him, and should he try that, such activities as we witnessed yesterday may happen, though he has come out forthrightly to exonerate himself and to claim that they do not have a hand in such nefarious activities. But investigation, despite the fact that they are under immunity, should be holistic, should be thorough, should cut across board, irrespective of position, connection, party line. Because this can happen if left unchecked, could be replicated in other places where APC is not in charge. Until APC takes over the whole states of the federation, we should see to it that people have that confidence, and that confidence stems from the fact that people should be able to participate, because it's a participatory democracy. People should feel free to participate. People should feel free to campaign, contest against even the incumbents without fear of intimidation, without fear for their life. And I still repeat that I expect Mr. President and the APC government to provide more security for politically exposed individuals in Nigeria, especially as we move into the heat season of politicking and the re-election come 2026. 2027, sorry.
Yeah, 2027. Yes. All right, that's all for the newspaper headline today. We'll move over to sports. And in the world of sports, we're going to just look into what is it and how it is on the front page of the newspaper. In sports especially, you would see that the Super Falcons are getting ready for their game, for their matches that will be held in Cameroon. Now, still looking at that, you will see just up, you will see what I just told you. Falcons begin training ahead of Cameroon clash. Then you see it will be Mox Bassi over penalty moment. I mean, this is the same moment that since 2025, that particular penalty moment that we have not had. Okay, talking about that, we have Enyimba Rivers make top 500 world club ranking. Osimhen value now 150 million. Galatasaray's VP, because he was placed at 50 million before, and I was saying that as Osimhen is right now, he is a big player. He is one of the best of the best. When you talk about, you can't call 10 strikers. In fact, you can't call 5 strikers across the top 5 European football that you won't call Victor Osimhen. He is among the top 5 strikers that we have right now. So, I mean, people who are actively playing and actively striking, not people who are injured or sidelined. He is doing well. So right now, from the VP, he is up to 150 million release clause. We're going to see that as we proceed. Now, Osimhen fires Galatasaray past stubborn Juventus. He scored yesterday, of course. The game, he didn't even celebrate a lot. He just had to keep it low because they have already qualified. So why? Now, just at the edge top of the newspaper, you have Simeone admits Onyedika absence hurts Bruges. Simeone admits Onyedika's absence hurts Bruges. Now, Thierry slams Blues for coaching snub. I don't know what he is actually asking for, but I'm sure that he was expecting Chelsea to give him a role as a legend, but Chelsea seems not to be looking towards that side. Of course, he is a legend and he has done something for Chelsea, but we're going to see what happens. He's slamming them because it's not working as he's expecting. At the end of the day, we're going to see how it is going to be. Now, Onana eyes United #1 spot after loan return. This is the man, Andre Onana, who went from Manchester United to Trabzonspor on loan in the Turkish side. He says he's eyeing the top spot. I don't know whether this would ever happen, but let's just take it as a dream that may not come true. Arsenal to pay Sporting for Gyökeres scoring. I mean, Arsenal to pay Sporting for Gyökeres scoring. Gyökeres came from Sporting CP, the Portuguese side, to Arsenal. Well, he has been trolled a lot on social media for flinging his hair more than he has flinged the ball inside the net. But it looks like the tide has turned around. Now he flings the ball into the net more than he flings his hair. So we are seeing how he is improving, and Premier League is not for the weak. Premier League is one of the top leagues in the world where if you are tough, you have to prove that you are tough, not by words. Now moving on, there is this news about Victor Osimhen and Thierry Henry having their virtual interview yesterday, which made Thierry Henry to ask Osimhen in the pidgin language, said, "How body?" This has raised a lot of concerns on the internet, how the former French striking minstrel would able to compose himself and get into the shoe of Victor Osimhen to ask him how body. And it was a funny moment, of course, as he served last night at CBS Sports. It was a moment that footballers and football lovers all across the world expected, and it was a moment of unity for the foreign and the local based interaction. It was a good time that they had yesterday while Osimhen was interviewed after the match. Now, still on the newspaper headline, you will see that Vinicius scores winner to silence Benfica. Vinicius scores winner to silence Benfica. You know what happened in the first match. A lot of controversy and a lot of alleged racist comments came up. So it was a moment that everyone was tensed, and this led to the coach of Benfica, Jose Mourinho. This led to the red card which he received yesterday. He was not on the touchline to direct his team, but as the match proceeded, you saw that Vinicius Junior, he scored the first goal. He scored at Benfica's home over there in Portugal. Now he is back here to score again, and he sealed the win after Tchouaméni slotted that goal into the net. Now let's see what is happening down. Joshua's driver's case adjourned till March. Anthony Joshua's driver's case adjourned till March. And just at the side you see Baka, Aimamush and Alvarez alternative. Then news around basketball. The Tigers unveils World Cup qualifying provisional squad. They have unveiled their World Cup qualifying provisional squad. We're going to see that as it is coming just right in the day. And let's go to the scores. UEFA Champions League results yesterday. Atlanta won Borussia Dortmund 4-1 to qualify for the next round of the Champions League. Now Juventus won Galatasaray 3-2, even though Galatasaray has 7 goals aggregate. Now Real Madrid scored 2-1, scored yesterday 2 goals, and they won 2-1 yesterday against Benfica to make it an aggregate of 3-1. Now let's see the European League fixtures just down the newspaper. Belgrade versus Lille today. Nottingham Forest, the English side, versus Fenerbahce. Plizen versus Panathinaikos, and Stuttgart versus Celtic. Bologna versus Brann. Celta versus PAOK. Genk versus Zagreb, and Ferencváros versus Ludogorets. So this is what we're expecting today in the world of UEFA Europa League qualification. We're going to see what happens as it concerns football and sports. Now, still in the world of sports, we're talking about Benzema will be out for 10 weeks just to get himself back to playing time and also recover from some injury rumors that are around him. And still talking about that, we have Arbeloa says Kylian Mbappe will be out for a bit longer, just a few days. For sure, Kylian Mbappe has to recover well before training. And still on the news about the GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know if he's your GOAT, but people will say that he is their GOAT. Cristiano Ronaldo has reached 965 career goals, and that is another milestone. He said he could not or would not retire from football until he has scored 1,000 goals. And still on that racist comment, alleged racist comment made by Prestiani, UEFA confirmed to Benfica their decision to reject the appeal for Prestiani. Provisional suspension remains valid for tonight, and Prestiani was not featured in the game that they played yesterday. So still on the news around Kylian Mbappe, he is out. He was out of the game that they played yesterday because of of the injury and the things he got. I mean, just a rumor. He needs to take care of himself, just the way Lisandro Martinez was not able to feature on the game versus Everton. I'm talking about Manchester United now versus the game of Everton. He had to just be on the touchline. He has just to be on the sideline so that he can rest and have some time in what is going. And just in the neck of time, we have a trending news that Cristiano Ronaldo buys 25% of the Spanish side, Almeria. Deal completed with second division side currently owned by Saudi Investment Group. So Cristiano Ronaldo has some shares and 25% of course from the Spanish side, Almeria, and that is what is going to be, and that is how it's going to be, and that is how it is in the world of sports today. Thank you very much for watching.
All right, thank you for that sports update. And moving over to the business updates, we'll start from the Nigerian stock market yesterday, which closed at a marginal negative Note, as All-Share Index ASI dipped by 0.06% to settle at 194,370.20 points. Despite the slight decline in the overall index, market activity was robust, with over 1.37 billion units of shares exchanging hands. This was largely attributed to profit taken in the banking and insurance sector. And when we take a look at the top gainers, you see that they were led by Jaiz Bank, which we are telling you that is that closes book in the positive, making 14 naira 3 kobo at the close of market, and they are followed by Okomu Oil, which closed trading yesterday at 1,765 naira, equally in the positive. They are followed by Trans Nationwide, which closed trading yesterday at 2 naira 36 kobo, equally in the positive. And then looking at the Champions Brewery, which seems to be the last on this very list, closing trading yesterday at 17 naira 60 kobo, more than 1 naira, from the previous day, equally in the positive. And then again, when you look at the losers chart, which is dominated by transportation and industrial stocks, as investors, begin to liquidate their position, they are led by ABC Transport, which, yesterday lost and closed its trading at 6 naira 75 kobo in the negative minus 10% adjustment. Then we see RT Briscoe closing trading yesterday at 10 naira 35 kobo in the negative minus 10%. And then they are followed by Skyway Aviation, SACO, which closed trading yesterday at 139 naira 35 kobo in the negative 9.98%. And then when we take a look at the market summary, you see that market capitalization decreased slightly due to the general overall activities in the market, leading to a 124.75 trillion naira. And then most active stock traded as of yesterday was Fortis Global Insurance, which topped the volume chart with over 193 million shares traded. The highest volume, value of traded stocks yesterday was led by Zenith Bank, which was traded in the value worth 11.07 billion naira yesterday, taking us to look at the naira performance as of yesterday. And we'll tell you that at the official market, the naira closed slightly weaker on the official window compared to Tuesday, and we saw that against the dollar, it closed at 1,353 naira 50 kobo as against the dollar, while against the British pound, it traded on an average of 1,712 naira 40 kobo. And looking at euro, we saw the naira closing approximately at 1,592 naira 94 kobo against the euro, while at the parallel market, the street markets remained relatively stable as the convergence between the official and parallel rates continued to hold. Against the dollar, it was traded between 1,340 and 1,355 naira, showing almost total parity with the official rate, a major goal of the current administration's forex reform. And then when we take a quick look at let's quickly look at what the Brent crude was yesterday. The experience was a volatile session, ultimately managing a slight gain despite a significant downward pressure from U.S. inventory. Yesterday, price settlement was Brent for April delivery rose by 0.11%, signifying 0.15% to settle at 17.02%. And then during the intraday range, we saw the price fluctuation between a low of $70.45 and a high of $71.56, reflecting a market caught between geopolitical fear and oversupply reality. Then if you take a look at the market drivers, looking at the bearish force that is pushing the market down, we'll see a record inventory build. The U.S. Energy Information Administration reported a massive jump in crude stocks of 15.99 million barrels for the week ended February 20th, being one of the bearish drivers. And then on the bullish run, one of the factors pushing the market upwards is the U.S.-Iran tension. The price was popped up by a significant geopolitical risk premium Traders are bracing for a high-stake nuclear talks in Geneva, and we hope that this talk pans out favorably. If not, these things may affect the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very important threat in when it comes to the price of Brent crude. And then we'll look at what does this mean for Nigeria. With Brent holding steady above $71, it remains well above the Nigerian 2026 budget benchmark, typically set around $50–60. This price level continues to support the recent growth in Nigeria's foreign reserve, which reached 50.4 billion naira this month. Yeah, and that's all we can take on the business updates here on Sunrise this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Here we wrap it up on today's Sunrise. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching.
All right, and I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on The Insight this morning. The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines, policies, helping in shaping our nation. And today, we look at INEC. We tackle a fundamental pillar of our democracy, the power of the vote, as the continuous voters registration exercise hits full gear across the nation. Many in the core city states are asking, is my voice being heard? Joining us to provide clarity on PVC collection, the new digital registration phase, and how Enugu is tackling voter apathy is the head of voter education and publicity for INEC, Enugu State. Sir, Achumie Chuka, you're welcome to The Insight.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, viewers at home.
You're welcome, sir. Before we get to this conversation, let me start asking what is happening.
We're in the second phase of voter registration.
Okay.
You know, we have done the first phase. Now we enter the second phase, which we started on the 2nd of February. And it's expected to last for 50 days. After which probably the commission might deem it fit that we go on again on a third phase before the election of 2027 comes up.
All right. Now, let's get into this PVC issue. remember that there was the first started around August 2025. And I want to ask, as at that time, we knew that the turnout was very, very low. But I mean to ask, as early as this 2026, we are in February, what is the current percentage of collected permanent voters card in Enugu State? And what's the last mileage or the plan to get those in your custody out?
Well, when we talk of the collected PVC, you know it's not done at the headquarters.
Okay.
PVCs are collected at various INEC local governments in the state, including the headquarters, because we have a registration center too at the headquarters. Okay. Now, if you talk of the percentage, well, it's not much, but rather we have people who comes for transfer, updates, and new registration. But for now, I will say at least 0.2% of the previous ones being collected.
0.2%.
Yes.
Can we interpret what 0.2% means?
I will say that the figure is insignificant compared to what we have in stock in various local governments.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's insignificant compared to what we have in stock.
What people is collecting on daily basis.
That means the turnout is still low.
The turnout as per people who comes for the already, the permanent PVC might be said to be low. But that of the people who come for fresh registration, transfers, updates, may not be low.
Okay, so let's look at those who come for fresh registration and all that. Can we say that the awareness is making impact?
I think it's making a great impact. It's making.
Sir Chuka, what you're telling me is that
it's making.
What you're saying is that if we call for an election tomorrow, we will not hear voter party in Enugu State.
I wouldn't say so totally, because you should realize that voter apathy is not about people who register. When we talk of voter apathy, we talk of people who already have gotten their PVC but willingness to come out to vote on election day. It's another thing. So it's not all about getting the PVC or registering with INEC and having your PVC. Remember, some people come to register to get their PVC, not necessarily for them to cast their votes. Therefore, for other reasons, which includes, for personal identification, either in the bank or some other places. So PVC registration does not only end with somebody using it on the day of election. They may have some reasons. Although it's now left on INEC to do an extensive, publication, why people should have that PVC and use it, on the election day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's look at this voter education. Let's segment it: pre-election and election. What is the voter education in this pre-election period all about now? Is INEC engaged seriously in that campaign?
Yeah, we are doing that. At least we have both at the national level and the state level, even at the local government level.
Okay.
We conduct stakeholders, meeting. We go on, in markets and churches, sensitization. We only use the chiefs at various villages and their town criers to educate people why they should not just only come to collect their PVC, but they should exercise their civic rights.
Okay.
Because I believe they're not realizing their future lies on it so much.
All right. Their future lies on it so much.
Exercising their civic rights.
Okay. Now, let's look at, when you were talking, you spoke about the new registrations going on.
Yeah.
More than those who are coming to collect. The bulk is on those who are registering. Yes, though we may not tie this to a turnout in an election. But I want to ask, what is the percentage for those who are just turning 18? What is it like? Whom we would classify as will be new or first-time voters if there's an election tomorrow?
Well, the percentage I will say is about 5 to 10%.
5 to 10%.
Yes.
And 5 to 10%, do you think, from your experience in this position, do you think is significant enough given the population of Enugu State?
Remember, this is not just a fresh registration, it's just a continuous something.
Okay.
And we are looking at it from the point of people who turned 18 years after the previous election. So, holistically, we may not expect it to be so much. Because, remember, we may not use the yardstick of Enugu State to measure. Because remember, people from other states who are residing in Enugu, they probably might decide to cast their vote on election day in Anambra, even in Lagos, in any of the state of the federation, still goes through Enugu.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So you may not necessarily say, for instance, it may not be possible to give you an accurate data of what we get on daily basis.
Okay.
But if we look at it at the number of registrants we register in Enugu alone, fine, it's okay. But remember, all the people who registered on a daily basis in Enugu State may not necessarily cast their votes here on election day.
Okay.
So their number may not add up to the total number of registrants in Enugu State.
All right. Yeah. Now, what you're telling me is that there's data available, but it may not be handy now. Aneke has that data when it comes to the age of at least the first-time voters and all that.
Yes.
All right. Something worries me more, which is the number of PVCs, uncollected PVCs that you have in your office or across your offices. What do we do to ensure that these cards get to their owners? And what is Aneke doing?
Well, let me be frank about this thing. You know, at times when we use the word uncollected PVCs, we fail to ask reasons why most of these PVCs may be uncollected. Say, for instance, a student here who resides in Enugu during the registration might register here in Enugu. But for one reason or the other, he may not collect his permanent PVC within the duration of his the academic period here. Probably he finishes his program here, went back to his state, and we now entered into another voter registration cycle. Remember, this person has already done registration in Enugu, and his PVC, his permanent PVC may have been returned to Enugu State from where he registered. He's now in another state. He may not deem it fit now to come back to Enugu again now to collect his PVC, the permanent one. He decided now to do, go back to Aneke again and claim that he lost his permanent card, or probably he may not have collected his permanent card. Aneke now will do a refresher of new one by now issuing another PVC to him. The one in Enugu is still lying there as uncollected. So there's no way you expect the same person to come back again to collect that PVC. This time around now you have two PVCs existing for one name.
Okay.
So what the commission now will do, maybe after the registration, they look at these things, do what we now call AFIS, and now give a directive of what we do with all those uncollected.
Sorry to interject.
Yeah.
Do what you now called
AFIS.
AFIS, please.
Yeah.
Explain for the sake of our audience.
Now what it now means, say for instance now, somebody might register last year. Unfortunately, he's still, he's no longer living this year.
Okay.
Or somebody might register here in Enugu State, travel back to his own state, or for one reason or the other, he's transferred to another state. When he goes to that state now, he now tries to do a second registration. No matter how you pressured him, whether you have registered before, he will say, no, I have not registered. Aneke mistakenly might go back again to do a second registration now, which is double registration. During the affix now, the system now will detect that it is still the same name existing in two places. So one will be cancelled, returning one.
All right. And do you usually cancel this double registration?
Definitely they do it, and that is why we don't always give the data of registration in a particular locality. Because I might tell you now, say for instance, the number of our registrants in Enugu yesterday is 10. During the affix, the Abuja might come up with 6. Which one do you take? Is it 10 or 6? So we only wait until Abuja finishes their own and come out with the actual. That is now when we can now tell you this is the actual number of registrants we have in a particular area.
All right. You know why I was so particular that you explain these things? You know, the notion allegedly is that this is what enables these political parties and politicians to be able to rig election. But now that you're explaining it, at least one is able to know that that may not be feasible.
But even at that, there's no way double registration will give you a room to rig an election.
Okay.
Because of the beavers we use now on election day.
Okay.
Once you cast your vote, all the data, the information about the person is queued into the system.
All right.
If you come back again for a second time, the beavers will identify that you have passed through it.
Okay.
So there's no way to have a double registration.
All right. Yeah. Now that you've brought up the issue of beavers, but let me first address the issue around the students, because these are key critical issues, and this is a population that we really need to, cater for in our election. You spoke about students, and we know that Enugu State is a student area. And I want to ask, what programs do you have in terms of voter education for the high population of students in Enugu State? Give SUs, INEC, IMT, and the rest of them. There are more.
We collaborate with all the institutions in Enugu State through their student union leaders. Even at times, we normally write to the VCs that want to have an audience with the students, which we are normally given.
Is granted?
Yes, it's always granted. So in so doing, we educate them the needful of going to obtain their own PVC. And while doing it equally, we go along with the ICT department, so that as we're educating them, people who have not registered before, we have the opportunity of doing that.
Okay. And is there a way of assessing if these engagements yield desired results?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were answering the previous question, you brought up the issue of beavers, and I want to know, what is the feedback you receive from Enugu voters regarding beavers? That's the voter accreditation system, bimodal voter accreditation system. What is the feedback you get during voter education when you interact with people in these localities?
Actually, when people don't understand the functionality of beavers, they seem to doubt the way it functions.
Okay.
But the truth, as an insider, I will tell you that it's a game changer in our electioneering system here in Nigeria this time around. This is a machine you cannot easily manipulate. That is one thing with beavers. You cannot easily manipulate it. Like during the time we are using a card reader and all that. But the beavers this time around is not easily to be manipulated. Once it records a figure, there's no way we change it. Okay. Most of the things that happens in an election period is not as a result of poor functioning of the beavers or whatever. It's just a human error.
Human error?
Yeah, it's very human error.
Okay. But during your voter education, do you explain this to the people as to the importance? Because like you did say, there is a lot of misinterpretation on the functions of the beavers. Is it simplified for the people to understand this technology, especially for the elderly?
Yeah, if a question of that comes up, we take time to explain it to people.
You take time to explain to people?
Sure.
All right, let's speak to the human errors that you spoke to.
Yeah.
It's very critical that we don't have these human errors. It has a way of eroding trust on your organization, because when there are issues, the first to be mentioned is INEC. And you're speaking to the authenticity and the functionality of beavers. Now, what are these human errors and how do we minimize them to ensure that the people are able to trust INEC? going into a future election?
Human errors is about being sincere in ourselves, doing the right thing, irrespective of who is supervising you or not. Let's take, for instance, on election day. Beavers does record the actual thing that happens on that election day. But probably in compiling the result manually.
Sorry, let me interject again. You said something. Beavers records
what happens in the election day accurately without missing a word.
Without missing a word?
Anything at all.
So why do you have controversies?
The controversies you have, that is where I now talk of human error coming in it.
Okay.
Beavers will be saying one. Probably the person who is recording the figures now will say two. Or after the recording of what the beavers actually accredited on election day on Form EC8A, moving that results to the next level, you see a lot of human interference. Are you getting me?
Okay.
Maybe changing the figures already in the Form EC8A as you get to Form EC8B. Okay. So that is where the human interference comes in.
Okay. Now, are there modalities in place moving forward to see that such human errors really occur? Because I know you conduct training for these personnel.
Yeah.
Is there any, formal training to ensure that it is? You may tell me that yes, where humans we may not guarantee total adherence, but is there any mechanism in place to see that these things minimized going into a future election?
Definitely there is. There is no election that I conduct without engaging people in the strenuous training. What they should do, their do's and their don'ts. But there are limits you could control people. You can only say, you may not be there as it is, being a size. Are you getting me? And you should remember, most of these people will engage on an election day, in as much as they are partly INEC staff, probably because we engage them. They are ad hoc. They are not permanent, they are not permanent INEC staffs. Are you getting me? They are, the oath of allegiance to them on the commission cannot be compared to that of a permanent staff. Who knows that his job is at stake if he goes contrary to the rules and regulation of the commission?
Okay.
Are you getting me? But these people you engage, they are just Nigerians like every other Nigerian. Their commitment cannot be compared to that of a permanent staff of an INEC.
But have there been instances where you prosecute some of these individuals?
The Cross River is a living example to it, where a professor was sentenced to prison for 3 years for election manipulation.
And you think that will serve as a deterrent to other people?
Well, I believe it will, but the most important thing are being sincere to ourselves.
Okay.
That's our prayer.
But the Igbos have this saying that na okena no guarankena de rona azo de nangiga, meaning that the rat in the home tells the one outside that there is a fish, somewhere in the house, literally. Have there been instances where you take punitive measures against your own staff, not ad hoc staff this time around, when there are instances of such human error?
There are so many instances to make reference to. There are cases where you have where staff are interdicted or even suspended or even somebody dismissed for engaging in election malpractices. So there are so many cases of it.
All right. Now, sorry I'm throwing this way, but we need to talk about these things. When we talk about voter party in Enugu State, for example, that the key issue when we interact with people is that usually they rarely trust that their votes will count. And I want to ask, during your voter education, what do you do to ensure people that their votes will count going forward?
At times it baffles me to hear people saying vote counting and vote not counting. As far as INEC is concerned, remember our duty is to conduct a transparent and as election that will be accepted by all. That's the aim of INEC. And with the introduction of Vivas, as I told you, it's a step in the right direction to see that every vote counts in an election. And we want to encourage the electorate. Don't just cast your vote and go. Be there to see that actually after the election, the presiding officer does the right thing supposed to do. Count your vote as the law says and announce it before you people.
Okay.
That to a reasonable extent will help to reduce the lack of trust.
Okay.
In the election process.
But Mr. Chime, yes, I know you've spoken to the duties of INEC to conduct credible, fair and credible elections. But usually, you would agree with me that we always end up in litigation as a result of not meeting usually this standard that we dictate on what election should be about.
But you should remember, there is no way you conduct an election you will meet 100% standard of the people's expectation.
100% standard of the people's
expectation. Or even close to that. Do you know why? INEC is just like a law court.
Okay.
You know, in a litigation, the winner will always praise judiciary. They have done well. Judiciary has come, to stay. The same thing applies to INEC. Who goes to court? In most cases, is the loser. Let's turn it around, and is the winner. You find out he will not go to court. He will praise the commission, and now says that the commission has abided by the rules and regulations as stipulated by the constitution.
Okay.
So it's neither here or there.
It's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Looking at what you told me about the beavers, his functionality, what he has the ability to do, speaking to credibility.
It's not in doubt.
That's not in doubt. Then I mean to ask, sorry, I have to give you it. This controversy about electoral reform, especially as it has to do with that section 60, subsection 3. If the beavers is this credible, why are we having this situation where some elected officials feel that we can have reliable transmission of results in real time as opposed to transfer of this very result manually through from EC8A?
Well, if you look at INEC guideline, it is clearly, it is clearly stipulated there that result could be transferred at real time.
Sir, could.
That results can be transferred.
Okay.
And in the previous off-season elections, you find out that all the elections we conducted, result is transmitted on real time.
Okay.
In all the previous elections, and even our former chairman has made it very clear that the network is there is network in almost 98% of INEC units where we conduct the election.
All right.
So the issue of real-time transmission of results or whatever shouldn't come in, and I believe it is not the problem of the commission.
All right, it is not the problem of the commission.
The commission has not said anything
to that effect.
Yes.
But one-on-one, you mean to tell me that INEC on their part is not bothered, not disturbed if it is given the backing of the law that it must be transformation in real time with the backing of the law? Because why we bring up this issue is that when you look at the litigation pre or post 2023 election, the courts didn't want to go into this issue of transmission for the fact that it has no legal backing. It is at the mercy of INEC to choose the options here. So I ask, INEC has not spoken, but one-on-one, is INEC bothered in the issue of either real-time transmission of this result?
INEC is an institution that is established by law. We are guided by law, irrespective of our INEC election manual. We have what we call the Electoral Act 2. We are guided under the ambit of the Constitution. So whatever we do is in line with the Constitution.
Okay.
So, like you asked, INEC is not bothered. If the law says it must be transmitted real time, so be it. I don't think the Commission will have a problem with it.
Okay. All right. The Commission wouldn't have a problem with it. The Commission is there to follow what the law says. All right. That's quite encouraging. Now, moving away from the issue of beavers and all that, let me get back to here in Enugu. And I want to know what INEC in Enugu is doing in terms of election security, because it's become very important going forward.
We have what we call ISIS. It comprises all the security agencies in Enugu State. It's not just about Enugu State, throughout the Federation, even at, the Federal Capital Territory. We have meetings, series of meetings with them to discuss about the security, especially the flashpoints in every election. Even as we are doing registration now, we are cooperating with them.
Okay. INEC knows the flashpoints during election. You do, and there is a sufficient arrangement to contend with them as we move forward.
And that is why, even in the last previous election, you didn't have any, serious cases of, you don't have any serious problem, security-wise, in any of our units or local governments.
Okay. All right. On that note, Sir Achumi, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues with INEC. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and if you've just been joining us on the Insight, we'll be speaking with Sir Achumi Chuka, who is the HOD, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, Enugu State, and we'll be looking at INEC voter awareness in 2026. Sir Achumi, yes, we were talking about security before we went on that break, and you are assuring us that INEC is prepared, especially as it has to do with flashpoints across the 17 local governments in Enugu State.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm prepared for it.
So we can tell people whenever INEC calls for an election, they should all troop out without fear of intimidation.
Even the previous election could attest to it.
Okay.
We don't have any serious issue in any of the local governments.
All right. That's quite encouraging. Now, let's track back a bit. We started with the issue of PVC collection. Let's get to what you are doing for the disabled people in our community as it has to do with PVC collection, the awareness and preparedness for the disabled.
Previously, it seems that people with disability are not given a serious attention. But if you look from 2023 election, INEC seems to have given them a special place in whatever we are doing. At times we organize a stakeholders meeting with them. We invite them,
okay,
discuss with them. Even in all the INEC activities, we engage them too. If they come to registration, we give them special attention. Even on the election day, they are giving special attention whatever INEC is doing. And INEC has already designed a model which they normally use on election day to enable them identify the candidate of their choice or the party of their choice. So I think INEC has accorded them a special, recognition. In most of the activities, we undertake now.
Okay, and we'll see a greater participation of these people.
They are participating.
Okay, all right. In the same vein, I asked for the aged. What is the arrangement for the aged, especially when it comes to registration, vote, PVC collection, and the election day proper?
The same respect we accord to people with disability is the same respect we accord to them.
Okay.
Pregnant people, aged people, once they come and you identify that they are present there, you accord them the right of, first to attend to.
Okay.
Whatever we do.
Okay, the right of first to attend to.
Yeah.
But I ask, the aged, there's no mechanism to meet them where they are. They have to be able to go to your centers.
No. If you recall, during the first phase of registration, our registration was centralized on INEC local government offices. Considering the complaint from the registrants, both the PWOs and all these things, this second phase now, INEC now decides to move the registration nearer and closer to them by now putting centers in most of our wards at every locality so that it will be very easy for them to do their registration.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will continue moving forward.
Definitely.
All right, that's quite.
The time will come, maybe before the election, we might even go down to some units.
All right.
Yeah.
When we were speaking earlier, when we started about this awareness, you remember quite well, you did mention about the religious body, but I want to track back a bit, given the fact that from data available, the notion is that there is always apathy in southeast Nigeria. And speaking to voter education, I want to ask, what is the nature of collaboration or the working relationship between INEC in Enugu State and religious bodies in Enugu State in terms of voter awareness?
Just like every other organization, we don't accord any special recognition to any particular body. During our stakeholders meeting, we extend an invitation to all of them. And at times we send our staff from the department on Sundays. They go to most of these churches, especially the churches that we always assume to have a very large crowd, to sensitize them on the activities of INEC, not just about registration, on the activities of INEC, which includes the ongoing registration, the upcoming election, and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it the needed results?
That is the reason why we are going to them, and we feel it yields results.
Okay.
Because in most cases, once you go there, you find out there are people there who are not even registered, but you try to convince them why they should. And the next day you see them coming up to register.
All right. Is there such collaboration with traditional rulers and traditional institutions as well?
Like I said earlier, we normally have sensitization at the local government level through the town union presidents, traditional rulers of various towns, even at the world level. So our local, at the local, government offices, we probably have an extension of voter registration department there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And it's encouraging that you say that all this engagement is yielding the needed results and awareness is on the increase as well.
Actually, it's yearly.
So when we come for election, we wouldn't see issues around apathy, because the last time I spoke with you, I saw the pain. You are so concerned about voter apathy in Southeast. Is that changing, or the pain is still there?
Like I said, registration is one thing, and making judicious use of that PVC is another.
Okay.
You can take a horse to the stream. You may not necessarily force this horse to drink. On INEC part, we are doing a lot. It's not just about INEC.
Okay.
Even the media houses are equally involved. Civil society organizations are involved. Student unions are involved. Sensitizing people, the need that they should participate fully in all INEC, the activities. It's not about me, about you. It's about us. Because if you are involved, you will be part of determining and deciding who is going to govern you. If you don't like a government, sitting on the fence wouldn't solve that problem.
Okay.
You come out and be part of the change you are asking for by casting your vote. This is the only way we can have that change we are looking for.
Okay, the only way we can have that change we are looking for. Yeah, I know you're speaking to these issues, but let me stretch it further. Because, why I saw this line, I remember vividly during our first encounter. And I asked, as an Igbo man, quite experienced in the affairs of INEC, you've seen so many elections. And I ask, what do you see that we lose as a people by not participating as it should be in election? Are there pros and cons from it?
In determining the strength of a particular region, you must take into consideration the turnout of that particular region in every election. If the turnout is high, the contestants, especially at the federal level, will accord that region special attention.
Okay.
Knowing fully well that the vote that comes from that region will one way or the other have an ending effect of the final result.
Okay.
I don't know if you get where I'm going.
Yes.
Now, but if the turnout of that particular region, let's also assume we have a low turnout or voter apathy on the day of election, you can't expect the winner to take the region serious. Knowing fully well that whether they cast their vote or not, their number will be significant in determining who wins the election or not.
All right.
Are you getting me? So there is every need that the Southeast will participate fully in anything concerning election. We're asking for presidency as a slot to come to Southeast. If our number is low, do you expect other region to make up your number? Charity begins at home. We will first of all show the people that we have the might to decide first. Then we will now seek other people's vote to make up the difference for a candidate to prevail on election. So I see it as a duty that every eligible voter that is up to the age of 18 in the Southeast should endeavor to make out time to go and obtain his PVC and use it equally.
All right. That's quite apt, and especially the way you've explained it makes it quite vivid. There's no doubt that determines what would occur to any region, especially from the point of the participants in terms of the contenders in an election. It determines their policy direction for every region, giving credence to that 5% comment sometime in the past. It's all right. Now that we are with you, what is your electoral calendar in this 2026?
Now, we're in the second phase of voters registration, which by the policy of the commission will last for 50 days.
Okay.
We are now looking forward that probably the commission will come up with the electoral calendar, which will flow to 2027, the election period. We cannot do it if they didn't look at, because it has to be guided by the electoral act. Every INEC activities is timed to law. So for now we are waiting for the commission to come out with the electoral timetable.
Okay.
For the remaining period.
Okay. So until that comes out, everything seems to be stagnant. We need to move with
not necessarily everything is stagnant. There are some activities that must be done irrespective of whether the electoral act is out or not.
Okay.
Like towards the towards the tail end of this month, we'll be conducting the FTT, the council election, and we're equally looking forward for senatorial election here in Enugu anytime soon. And there are some other off-cycle election in some states ongoing too.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. There seems to be a part that we're missing, and that's the level of your partnership with CSOs, and if they're involved in your voter awareness as well.
Yes, they are.
They are? And they are participating.
They are participating. And we're equally planning to have a stakeholders meeting, maybe anytime next week.
Okay.
And we all all the CSOs will be invited.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They are partnering with us.
Okay. Before I let you go, just one more question, and it has to do around human errors. I know you've spoken quite clearly about this issue, but one thing is certain: you cannot rule out human errors in election. Not from the perspective of Aneke now, but for as an experienced person, what do we do moving forward to see that this issue of human error is reduced to the barest minimum? And I ask this question as it regards the deployment of ad hoc staff in any election. Shouldn't we look at alternatives, being that Aneke really have total control on these ad hoc staffs?
I don't think there's any other alternative, but I feel that the best way to control the human error is one, telling ourselves the truth. Telling ourselves the truth. Doing what you feel is right, even when nobody is monitoring or supervising you. Being involved, being committed, and then making our time to monitor the process, see what is going on. I think to a reasonable extent it will reduce human error.
Making our time to monitor the process. That's on the part of the voters.
On the part of the voters. Okay. Monitor the process. Be part of the supervisory aspect of it. Cast your votes. Don't disrupt the process. Stay some few meters out. Wait for the conclusion of the election. Allow the presiding officer to announce the results. And be sure that is what he counted, is what he announced. I hope that will help not only just checkmating the presiding officer, it will equally put fears in the minds of the operators.
Okay.
That day.
All right. But finally, this is not, I know this may be a question for the national body Aneke, but I will ask you as a Nigerian, and from how well you've spoken about the beavers, its functionality, its credibility. Let me ask, on the sideline, do you think Nigeria is prepared and may have the capacity for electronic voting?
Well, for now, there's no law for it.
Okay.
Until we get there.
Until we get there.
The commission will now say whether we are prepared or not.
All right.
They're looking at it generally. I don't think there's anything much different between what we are practicing now and when we decide to go full biometric in the election process.
Okay.
There's not much difference. Assuming the law now says results transmission real time. The step to full biometric is not far.
Okay. All right. Sachme, before I finally let you be, you've been in Aneke. You're quite experienced.
Definitely, by your grace.
And by this year, we'll have off-cycle election, next year, 2027, will be a general election. From your experience, if INEC is to do something different and better, what would that be?
On what aspect? Let me
in terms of the general functionality of INEC as regards the elections.
On the part of INEC, I think we are doing all we could as human.
Okay.
We only ask that the people we engage will share the same belief as the permanent staff, so that doubt about the final result will be reduced. If you look at what happened in Anambra, I don't think in Anambra, last Anambra chief government election, there wasn't any litigation. If we could get it right, I feel in the general election, we can hopefully do so. It could be repeated.
All right. And that's all for today on The Insight. You've heard from the man himself, Achume Chuka, HOD, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, Enugu State. Remember, the power is in your hand. And according to him, you should participate, monitor the process, follow the process, engage the process. And that way, you would surely have a credible outcome. So we'll come your way, same time, on Monday. I still remain your host, Uche Osai and Sachime. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me in your studio.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial cost and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads, the Mbidi-Oguta road, and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Organized labor issues 48-hour ultimatum to federal government. Senate proposes additional 30 billion naira allocation for Aneke Edo State government reacts to security incident involving P2B. Federal government announces plans for Mandarin language broadcasting. Details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has called on the National Assembly to commence the constitutional amendment process for the establishment of state police across Nigeria. The president made the appeal during an interfaith iftar dinner with senators at the presidential villa. President Tinubu urged lawmakers to move beyond policy debates and begin defining the legal and operational framework required for decentralized policing. He described state police as a critical component of efforts to tackle insecurity, particularly banditry and forest-based criminal activities. The president stated that strengthening internal security structures is essential for protecting lives, restoring public confidence, and ensuring long-term national stability. He noted that Nigeria's evolving security challenges demand structural reforms. The legislative push follows earlier backing from the National Economic Council, where state governors endorsed the proposal. The president emphasized that constitutional backing remains necessary for implementation. Organized labor had issued a deadline to the federal government to settle outstanding wage awards and allowances owed to civil servants. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council gave the government until Friday, 27th, 2026 to release the funds. The unions accused authorities of failing to disburse payments despite prior approvals. They stated that administrative structures were ready to process the payments but lacked the required financial releases. The wage award program was introduced to cushion the economic impact of fuel subsidy removal ahead of the implementation of the 70,000 naira minimum wage. Labor leaders said arrears dating back to July 2024 remain unresolved. The unions warned that failure to meet the deadline would trigger decisive industrial action. The development raises concern over potential disruptions within the federal civil service. The Senate Committee on Electoral Matters has recommended an additional 30 billion naira allocation to the Independent National Electoral Commission to strengthen preparations for the 2027 general elections. The proposal would raise INEC's projected budget to 903.78 billion naira. Lawmakers said the additional funding is intended to address logistics demands, rising operational costs, and technological upgrades required for nationwide elections. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu hosted senators at the presidential villa during Ramadan season. In a meeting, observers say reflect ongoing executive legislative consultations on national reforms. Separately, senior legal practitioner Olisa Agbakoba renewed calls for statutory backing for electronic transmission of results. He argued that reliance on administrative guidelines exposes the process to legal disputes. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has unveiled a new command philosophy aimed at enhancing operational effectiveness within the Nigerian Army. The framework, known as PROS, was presented at Jaji. The doctrine focuses on professional excellence, robust administration, operational readiness, strategic cooperation, and exemplary leadership. Military authorities say the strategy aligns with evolving security realities. Lieutenant General Shaibu emphasized a soldier-first approach, highlighting troops, welfare, training, and morale as key drivers for institutional credibility and battlefield performance. The Army leadership stated that success under the doctrine will be measured by operational outcomes, discipline, and adherence to the rule of law within a multi-agency security environment. The Edo State government has responded to reactions following an attack involving former presidential candidate Peter Obi and members of the African Democratic Congress. The incident has generated national debate. Information Commissioner Kassim Afebua stated that Obi, as a politically exposed figure, should have notified state authorities prior to the visit. He described such communication as standard security protocol.
The commissioner rejected claims of state involvement, characterizing the incident as an internal clash among political actors. He maintained that the government remains committed to safeguarding all visitors. Supporters of Obi and ADC leaders have called for a federal investigation. The situation continues to draw attention amid concerns over political safety and accountability. Governor Abu Kefas has sworn in new judicial officers and special advisors in Taraba State. The ceremony took place at the T.Y. Danjuma House in Jalingo. Justice Mansura Baragami was inducted as a High Court judge, while Aliyu Yaya Abubakar and Yakubu Mohammed were appointed as Qadis of the Sharia Court of Appeal. Governor Kefas described the appointment as part of efforts to strengthen the justice system and reinforce public confidence in governance institutions. The governor also inaugurated the Persons Living with Disabilities Commission, reaffirming the administration's commitment to inclusive governance and equal opportunity. The Police Service Commission has announced strict screening measures for the recruitment of 50,000 constables into the Nigerian police force. Candidates will undergo drug integrity tests. Chairman of the PSC Committee on Police Matters, DIG Taiwo Lakanu, retired, said the exercise will be conducted in partnership with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The commission reported over 616,000 applications nationwide. Officials noted regional variations in interest but emphasized that merit and integrity remain central criteria. A whistleblowing mechanism has also been introduced to ensure transparency. The Federal Camerata Commission will monitor compliance with equity provisions. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has affirmed that the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control possesses statutory authority to enforce the ban on sachet alcohol and small format spirits. In court filings before the Lagos Federal High Court, the ministry clarified that regulatory enforcement decisions fall within NAFDAC's independent mandate. Lawmakers in the House of Representatives have also signaled plans to amend the National Tobacco Control Act to address the rise of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices. The Nigeria Customs Service says it is strengthening interagency cooperation to curb the entry of illicit drugs and unregulated substances through Nigeria's borders. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has urged the National Assembly to review Nigeria's centralized payment system for government projects. Speaking during a Senate budget defense session, the AGF argued that routing payments through the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation has created administrative bottlenecks. He advocated a return to direct funding for ministries, departments, and agencies, stating that the approach would enhance efficiency and reduce delays in project execution. Lawmakers are expected to deliberate on the proposal as part of broader fiscal and procurement reforms aimed at improving governance outcomes. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Organized labor gives federal government 48-hour deadline. Senate seeks 30 billion naira boost for Aneke ahead of 2027 elections. Edo State government blames P2B's lack of notice for security breach. Then coming up shortly, Nigeria to launch Mandarin broadcasts in global media expansion. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The The federal government has announced plans to commence Mandarin language broadcasting from Abuja as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's international communication strategy. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this during a meeting with the Bureau of Public Service Reforms. The minister stated that the initiative will leverage newly refurbished transmission infrastructure and partnerships with international media stakeholders. He explained that the expansion is designed to enhance Nigeria's global engagement and improve outreach to foreign audiences. Mohammed Idris also reaffirmed the administration's commitment to digital modernization within the public service. He noted that ongoing reforms are aimed at improving transparency, efficiency, and service delivery across government institutions. Addressing emerging information threats, the minister warned about the risks posed by misinformation and AI-generated deepfakes. He confirmed that Nigeria will host the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Center in Abuja to promote responsible information use and media literacy. The Kano State Hospital's Management Board has suspended a medical doctor over allegations of reporting for duty under the influence of alcohol. The Executive Secretary of the board, Dr. Mansour Mudi Nagoda, approved the suspension following a preliminary review. In a statement issued by the board spokesperson, Samira Suleiman, management described the alleged conduct as a serious breach of professional ethics. The board stressed that patient safety and public trust remains paramount. Authorities confirmed that a formal investigation has commenced to establish the facts surrounding the incident. The board stated that disciplinary measures will be guided by civil service regulations and medical ethics. The Kano State government reaffirmed its commitment to accountability within the healthcare system. Officials emphasized that professional misconduct will not be tolerated in public medical facilities. The National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, has called on qualified young Nigerians to apply for the African Union Digital and Innovation Fellowship 2026-2027. The program offers opportunities for skills development and institutional exposure. NYCN Director of Digital Literacy and Innovation, Tope Peter, said the fellowship is designed to engage young professionals in advancing digital transformation across African Union institutions. Participants will be deployed across specialized technical tracks, including software development, data analysis, and digital system management. Fellows are expected to contribute to innovation-driven reforms within AU agencies. The NYCN encouraged interest candidates to submit applications through the official fellowship portal ahead of the March 2026 deadline. The council described the initiative as a strategic platform for youth empowerment and continental development. The Arochukwu Traditional Council has dismissed claims suggesting that the participation of the Eze Eberechukwu in the Southern Nigeria Traditional Rulers Council implies subordination of the Aro throne. In a statement, the council clarified that involvement in the forum is voluntary and intended to promote dialogue and inter-ethnic cooperation. It emphasized that the status of the Eze Aro institution remains unchanged. The council described reports of inferiority as speculative and misleading. It reaffirmed that Nigeria's traditional leadership system remains decentralized and rooted in mutual respect. The Traditional Council urged stakeholders to disregard narratives capable of generating unnecessary tension. It reiterated its commitment to unity, cultural preservation, and constructive engagement. Governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, has raised concerns over funding challenges affecting frontier oil exploration projects following the implementation of President Tinubu's Executive Order 9. Governor Sule noted that the directive mandating direct remittance of revenues into the Federation account has created uncertainties regarding the Frontier Exploration Fund previously utilized by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL. Meanwhile, the South-South Governors Forum, led by the governor of Bayelsa State, Doyi Diri, has endorsed the executive order, describing it as a measure to enhance transparency and fiscal accountability. Senior legal practitioner Dr. Olise Agbakoba has also called for structural reforms within the oil sector. He advocated greater efficiency and clarity in revenue management frameworks. President Bola Tinubu has approved a one-year extension of the ban on the export of Russia nuts. The restriction will remain in force until February 25th, 2027. The federal government said the policy is aimed at promoting local value addition and strengthening domestic processing capacity within Nigeria's agricultural sector. Authorities stated that the measure is intended to encourage industrial growth, enhance export earnings, and support employment opportunities across shea-producing regions. The government reaffirmed its commitment to policies that prioritize economic diversification and sustainable development through agro-processing initiatives. The managing director of the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Jennifer Adije, has advocated the gradual removal of electricity subsidies to improve financial sustainability in Nigeria's power sector. Jennifer Adije stated that cost-reflective tariffs are necessary to address liquidity constraints affecting generation companies and overall market stability. She disclosed that the company has recovered significant dormant generation capacity through improved maintenance and operational optimization. The agency's boards emphasized the need for policy alignment under the Electricity Act 2023 to attract investment and enhance power supply reliability nationwide. Now in sports, winners have emerged from the Southwest and Southeast zonal qualifiers for the Nigerian Cricket Federation. In the Southwest qualifiers held in Abeokuta, Lagos State won the boys category while Ekiti State secured victory in the girls division. At the Southeast eliminations in Owerri, Imo State triumphed in the male category with Ebonyi State winning the female contest. The Nigerian Cricket Federation stated that the championship remains a critical pathway for talent discovery and national team development. Still in sports, Rivers United Football Club and Enyimba Football Club have been listed in the latest International Federation of Football History and Statistics Men's Club World Ranking. Rivers United placed 278 globally, while Enyimba ranked 421st in the 5-year evaluation covering club performances from 2021 to 2025. The ranking reflects domestic achievements and participation in continental competitions organized by the Confederation of African Football, CAF. Football analysts say the recognition underscores Nigeria's continued presence in global club football assessments. Now in entertainment, businessman Obinna Iyebu, popularly known as Obi Kubana, has celebrated his wife, Mrs. Ebele Iyebu, on the occasion of her birthday. Obinna Iyebu shared tributes highlighting her contributions to family life and personal achievements. The businessman also acknowledged her academic accomplishments and role in supporting the family's growth. The celebration attracted widespread reactions on social media, with well-wishers extending goodwill messages to the family. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council has given the federal government a 48-hour deadline to release outstanding wage arrears and pending allowances to civil servants. The unions warned that failure to comply by Friday, February 27, 2026, will compel all 8 federal civil service unions to take decisive action. The dispute involves unpaid wages dating back to July 2024, despite prior government approval. The Senate Committee on Electoral Matters has recommended an extra 30 billion naira allocation for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to bolster preparations for the 2027 general elections. This would raise INEC's total budget to 903.78 billion naira. The move aims to strengthen logistics, operational readiness, and election integrity, while ensuring the commission is not caught off guard by rising costs. Kasim Afebua, Edo State Commissioner for Information, explained that the attack involving presidential candidate Peter Obi and members of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, was exacerbated by Peter Obi's failure to notify state authorities prior to entering Edo. Afebua stressed that the protocol is intended to protect high-profile visitors and denied any state involvement in the incident. The federal government, through the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, announced plans to begin Mandarin language broadcasting from Abuja. Minister Mohammed Idris said the initiative will utilize refurbished transmission infrastructure in collaboration with the Chinese media team. The program is part of a broader effort to enhance Nigerian global engagement and modernize public service communication, including digital reforms and media literacy initiatives through hosting the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Center in Abuja. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidinma Asowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app. From 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. You're welcome to our program, The Mysteries of Life. Today's program may not look so mysterious, but by the time we enter into it, you might find the mysteries involved in it. When Ikemba Nnewi, Dikodiorama one of Igbo land, came back from Ivory Coast, the community, I'm talking about the whole Igbo community, wanted to give him a title. And they said, do not call me chief. Because people were calling me thief, and I think that they're calling me chief. They now went on, the committee went on to name him Dim Ikemba Dikediorama one of Igbo land. That is one part of what we are looking at. Who is a chief in Igbo land? Then we have another one which we normally celebrate. Who is an Ozo in Igbo land? Then we have another one that sometimes people answer, they will say Nze, Nozo society. I don't understand that. And which means to look into this particular issue, because we are talking of the cosmology of our people. In fact, when we started here, the Reverend among us was trying to explain a number of things about marriage, and I was laughing because what he said makes a lot of sense. So in our case today, we have an issue, and the issue that looks like a chain is Nze, Ozo, and the chief in Igbo land. We know who the Igbos are. We don't need to start taking our time explaining the Igbos. We are the Igbos. We are the Igbos. In fact, if you look at the whole world issue, you cannot say that you don't know the Igbos. We are the Igbos. So we don't want to take our time in that regard. But we want to take our time in regard to this Nze, Ozo, and the chief in Igbo land. And we're going to look into this particular matter. We have, by my right, and the white, President White, and also himself, Obunnaya, Gabriel, and Nichukwu. Obunnaya, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you.
Thank you. And then, of course, by my left, we have our brother, who is a reverend of the Assemblies of God Mission, seeing about the young ones, the children, which makes him very, very important. So we have our brother, Reverend Carlo Oka. Am I right?
Reverend Oka Uche Carlo.
Okay, Reverend Oka Uche Carlo. Yes. Reverend Oka Uche Carlo. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. The pleasure is mine.
Yeah, I want to start with you. This thing called, I know it's an answer, but let me start with Nze. What do you understand by this thing we call Nze in Igbo land? Who is an Nze?
In Igbo land, it is prevalent, as long as my knowledge can carry, that is the people of Anambra that practice more of Nze and Ozo as a title. Nze is a title, Ozo is also a title. But that Nze in particular, or rather both of them, plays a pivotal role in communal coordination and leadership role in Igbo land.
Okay.
Yes, they play a very strong pivotal role. That is to say that a person that holds the Nze title is considered a prominent figure, is considered a respected figure, is considered a mouthpiece.
Okay.
That is all I know
about Nze.
Yes.
So also, I mean, because I'm at home now, because you are an Ozo. Who is an Ozo in Igbo land? Maybe in Nume, Onateza. Who is an Ozo? Because I'll come back to him, but since you are an Ozo, because he says he's not from his own community, but you are an Ozo. Who is an Ozo? And what are those things that we look out for when we talk of an Ozo?
Also is a title given to prominent indigenes of a particular town in Igbo land. Being prominent is not about wealth. I'm talking people of who have integrity, who have shown a life that is above board as it concerns morality, moral discipline. Persons who I can say ranks equivalent of cardinal in the Catholic Church. That's why most also appear in red, white and red. There are people who ensure that the ethics and the spiritual life of the town is sustained. They ensure that abominations are not tolerated. There are people who maintain a kind of, they sustain the spiritual order of the society. And let me remind you that also somebody who is an Nze, from Nze, not every Nze is an Ozo, but every Ozo is an Nze. It's a higher hierarchy who are in charge of the theocratic government of the pre-modern Igbos. Okay. They ensure that disputes are resolved in line with the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule. Because when you talk of golden rule, it's not only Christian, it's Christ achieved in that theory, but it's still other religions. So there are people who ensure that when when there is crisis in a town, the Ozos, the Nze and the Ndiozo are highly required to resolve that dispute on the table of truth, no spiritual argument. On the table of truth, on the altar of truth, no spiritual argument. They ensure that there's what we call restorative justice in resolving conflicts.
Okay, so that is the position of the Ozo.
So they guide the government of the, in the pre-modern Igbos, we don't have Igwes and all these things except Aro or Nri. So the Ozos were people who were in charge of the administration. That's as the way does not mean it goes on that, but the Nze are people who guide the administration of the town to ensure that our deity is not desecrated, because it is the ideals committed that desecrate the Allah deity. So any trace of desecration of pollution of the Allah deity, the Ozos and the Nze will ensure that those who did it cleanse, it must be cleansed for that, because when the Allah deity is maintained, all things flourishes. Okay. Everything will flourish.
Okay. So back to you, Reverend Oka. Now, he has mentioned also, you mentioned Nze. The confusion that we are having, because the young ones, the viewers are listening to us, and I want to separate the Ozo and even though they normally say Nze, if you come to us, they will say Nze Ozo society, and it looks as if they are the same. And essentially, some of us associate Ozo Nze with wealth, then also, like you said, with morality.
No, Nze goes with morality, also with wealth. But
Nze goes with morality.
In short, Nze are in charge of maintaining the moral order.
Okay.
Then also is in charge of maintaining the spiritual order. But there must be a balance: the spiritual order and the moral order. Okay. What was to get the balance in the...
Because I'm going to come back to him, but let me start with this chief. Now we hear chieftains in Igbo land, so we call somebody a chief, chief A, chief B, chief C, chief D, and so on and so on. Chief Mrs., chief lady, lady chief, and so on. So this chieftaincy, how has it emerged in Igbo land?
The truth of the matter is that had it been we have an other title holder, and there's a title holder and a chief title holder that will be able to give us a clear vision of what we really were looking at. But administratively, legislature demands and plays a very good role in these areas of leadership. Nze, Ozo, and Chief is just like you have the local council and you have the High Court and you have the Supreme Court. Just like he rightly said, you cannot become Nze and be an Ozo. That is the way he put it.
I said
somebody that will be an Ozo must have become Nze.
Yes.
So you cannot just come up and jump to become a legislator or a lawyer in the Supreme Court without having passed through the High Court. It's a standard, it's a level. So this chief of a thing has a colony, a community it governs. Nze, they are different kinds of titles. They have their own body. It's like a court, even though they stand on moral standards. And also is permitted to hold offer, but I am not sure whether Nze is permitted to hold offer because it's on a higher superlative degree of operation.
Okay.
And also is higher than that Nze. Somebody can be an Ozo as a title holder and initiate the children into becoming Nze, but they will not become Ozo because him himself, that is an Ozo, is on a very higher standard than the children. Both of them controls moral standard, moral coordinations. You know, issue of who has the truth, say the truth. No, don't lie, don't deflect it, okay? Don't compromise. These are people that religion or African religion put in place for proper
social control,
administration, and control of morality.
Okay, yeah, because I asked this question because we have this. For me, the way I know it is that also and they are autochthonous.
Yes.
Kind of.
Yes.
But chieftaincy is not autochthonous. Chieftaincy is imported. It's a colonial heritage. We got it from the white man. But the other ones were
exactly.
The other ones are they are supposed to be autochthonous.
I would like to
so I want you to
on it.
Yes.
If you are read Chinua Achebe, I know you have read it.
Let's fall apart.
Let's fall apart.
About
the slave.
Okay.
Who is a slave? A slave is somebody who does not cherish who is not accepted by his people, who has no moral ethos, who lacks legitimacy in his land. And a slave is somebody like Judas in the biblical Judas Iscariot. And when the colonial masters came, the people they call chiefs, they call warrant chiefs, were people who were able to suppress the traditions of the land in as much as to satisfy the colonial masters. To collect, that was the genesis of the 1929
and 30s crisis.
Yes, crisis at Aba. So, warrant chief were people who were given that from that title of chiefs. They were the agents of the white men.
Okay.
Then in also are the agents of the indigenous community.
But we have Ezes.
I know.
Ezes.
I know.
Which is Igwes. As chiefs.
It's
Igwe.
Yes.
Every chief is not an Igwe. Every chief is not an Igwe. Every chief is not an Eze. Every chief is not an Ozo.
Yeah.
Every chief is not an Nze.
It depends on the
I know what I'm talking about.
Language communication in a particular environment.
I'm talking of what we have, because I also have friends who come from your area in Abia State, Imo State. Now if you come to my own area, like I'm a chief, but I'm not an Ozo.
Chief means like you're a professor in Ngbo town. They can give you Ojibo Eli of Ngbo, Dikebi Orama of Ngbo. By the contribution in the academia of Ngbo town, you giving chiefs just how he contributed to the community development. It's not about tradition.
Chieftaincy title is different from having a cabinet. chief as a cabinet is a different role. Chieftaincy as a title that you answer and be going without a cabinet is a different role.
We're talking of Ozo, Nze, and chief in Igbo land. Now, people bear these names. How do they bear these names? Do they bear it in reality and effectively? That is why we are looking at this. Because the mystery now is that someone that is an Ozo, who is supposed to be the moral compass of his community,
of the
community, how far does he carry it along? There is which organizes something like, let me use the simple part to use Okonkwo Ebubedike, that wash his hand. If a child washes his hand well, then he will die with elders. Among the elders, you have the others. But somebody becomes an Nze, works hard, and the Igbo man allows you to work hard, and you are brought into the to the high society.
Yes.
Now, but chief, like we know, happens to have come from the white man. It's from the colonial heritage.
Yes.
Like we have chief driver, like we have chief scientist, we have chief this, we have chief that, we have chief cameraman, chief medical officer. Those ones are, European concepts. But now our people mix it up with our own autochthonous, indigenous concepts of what? Of Ozo and Nze. And we want to see for the viewer, how do we carry ourselves? If you are an Ozo, how do you maintain the integrity? If you are an Nze, how do you maintain integrity? If you are a chief, let me not go back to what Ikemba said. If you are a chief, how do you give pride to that particular title? When we come back, we will now look into that matter. How do we maintain the integrity of these concepts, or what do we do to make them work?
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so viewer, we now want to look at the effect of this colonial heritage chief on the operations, the essential realities, the essence of Ozo and Nze. And I want to start that one with Ozo Gabriel and Ichukwu Obonia.
The reality is that when you talk of chief, as we agreed, is a colonial import used in their colonial administration in a retro, because the Yoruba and the northern sides have their organized government. They don't have problem. But when they come to the Igbo, it's purely theocratic government. So they needed to give someone a warrant and called him chief to supervise everything that is happening in the community for their own interests. So chief is serves the needs or the commands of the colonial masters. Then while the Nze and the Ozo serve the spiritual, cultural needs of our community in the pre-modern Igbo. So then when they came in, that created the concept of the chiefs. You look at the edits that came during the military, 1978 edits on chieftaincy matters. Then coronating. That's why before any person becomes an Igwe, he gets certificate from government house.
Okay.
It's a kind of transformation of the warrant chief system.
Yeah, because Reverend, my worry now, which is what I am thinking, is how has this, chieftaincy institution, how has it impacted upon our Ozo and Nze institution? Because it came upon us.
To the best of my knowledge, in communication, words and names are very, very important.
Very, very important.
And in our morality, it is the service that defines the office,
okay,
not the office that defines the service.
Okay.
When we give names like chief or Ozo or Nze, some people use it to think of what they will attract,
okay,
what they will gain, without considering the defense they are to give
to the community
in that office and to the service of humanity. So when our understanding is abused, when our understanding is compromised, you see that we will leave the essence of the title. Good. And pursue the vigor that comes from the title.
Okay.
And that will lead to misnomer of operations.
You just use the word misuse and abuse of office.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
because we now major on the minor. What
the ephemeral?
What
we call it minor? It's ephemeral.
What will be put inside the boot, and not what will be made public for people to see. You know, certain things will get. If you are not able to tell the public how you get it, there is fraud behind it.
No.
So some of the people that were interested.
Reverend, I think there's something you are saying now. When we were young in the 70s,
okay.
I don't want to go to what when I wasn't following what was, but in the 70s, if you came back to your compound,
yes,
with anything,
yes,
that your mother or your father didn't give you,
yes,
they will stop you and say,
I ask you,
yes,
yes.
Not just, we are not talking of the days of
yes.
you know, Tobit. No, we are talking of in Igbo land, immediately after the war. You cannot bring you. It's not possible to come even with ordinary ball. People ask you, where have you collected this from?
Any chief, any Nze, any Ozo is assumed to be an opinion leader. And in opinion leadership, if you cannot lead your own opinion, you cannot lead people's opinion. So you must be able to defend your opinion morally, certify it, and then be able to influence people.
Yeah, because we are talking about this influence, and we are looking at this because now we have chiefs everywhere. Everywhere you have chief.
Even underage.
Chief, all of them are there. But so how do
buying
we?
And selling it.
Yeah, how do we? Yeah, because it's not being bought and being sold.
Yes.
You know, as people are now
buying and selling it.
Yes.
People can bring indigenous from another community and sell chieftaincy to them, title to them, they'll give you money, and it becomes the same.
My organ now says his own is no longer chief, his own is high chief. So how do we do that? What do you say? Because we want to make sure that this institution is yes, even though some of them entered from this white man's colonization, we cannot run away from it. We cannot run away from the fact that we are Nigerians. We cannot run away from so many. We are now educated. We don't speak English, so it has entered. It has entered. But how do we sustain the essence of Nze, of Ozo, and then of this thing that somebody is a chief? How do we sustain it?
We can sustain it whereby an Nze eschews himself from all evils by living a life that is above
board
as far as morality is concerned, by ensuring that the ethics, the spiritual order of the society is maintained according to the head deity, because head deity is a sacred deity that does not allow evil to thrive.
Yeah, but we have a problem now that when you go out into Onwe Igbo, and then you go and take money from Egondi Onwe Igbo, is it an offense against the head goddess?
Yes, it's something.
I'm trying to find out.
It's some offense, but anything that goes contrary to the word of God, to the word of the supreme deity, because you don't. God is one God. There's
that is Chukwu.
Supreme deity.
That is Chukwu.
Call it Chukwu. Call it Chukwu Kabia. Call it Oluwa. Call it Owene. They are all representing the supreme deity and God of all gods. So. And also is a living spirit and a living ancestor.
Okay.
He's a middleman between the living and the dead.
Okay.
That's why he cannot lie. He cannot take another man's wife. He cannot cheat. He cannot judge wrongly.
Okay.
Whenever he sees white and calls it black, the head deity, the ancestors and deities will kill him. That's why the oath taken by through us, I can say, is above the oath taken by any bishop or archbishop or canterbury or pope or any reverend father, because no reverend father or pope or bishop or my reverend took an oath that any day he calls white black, that he will die. I'm telling you the truth. That's why whenever there is crisis, the others and the come to adjudicate, to preside over that conflict, to resolve it so that the victim will not go back with sorrow.
Okay.
Because what is happening now that most victims, when they come to table of judgment, because they don't have what it takes, they will be treated like idiots.
Okay.
Then they will go back with sorrow, and when they go back with sorrow, and then you will start crying, and then you will be angry. From there, you still see some of those who presided over the dispute dying mysteriously. Have you seen it? So I was in location one day. I told the reverend fathers there and the bishops there and the Igwes. Igwe said, after praying, Igwe said, in the name of Jesus Christ. I told the Igwe, it is wrong for a true Igwe to pray in the name of Jesus Christ, because as an Igwe man also, your office was ordained by the deities and ancestors of the land, not by Jesus Christ. I know that in Jesus Christ there is mercy and grace, but in the ancestors and deities, once you do it, that is a issue for you. He will give it to you as you did it, and you will when you see the dark consequences of what you have done, you will repent in spirit and in truth. I want to get.
The Bible said the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof.
I'm saying the truth.
So wait, I want to get pastor. I want to get reverend.
I'm not going to do Jesus Christ.
He's actually trying to go into divergence to somewhere else, but all the same. The name Jesus Christ is superior than every other. Be that as it may. Be that as it may, sir. The best way to sustain morality is to call a spade, and not an agricultural implement.
Yes, or two.
Do you understand? An Igwe, an also or a chief is a leader. A leader must know the way. A leader must show the way. A leader must go the way. If you cannot show the way, it means you don't know the way. If you cannot follow the way, it means you don't know the way. So do as I do, not do as I say. So these are the things that, alters and abuse our process of
like
life.
The Pharisees.
Yes. Yes.
Said, according to Jesus, our Lord, he said, the Pharisees said unto the Moses, do as they say, but do not do as they do. So, but that's by the way. So now this is the challenge we have. So maybe that part of the problem, we have inherited something dangerous. Doing as we say, not as we do.
One of the biggest problems we have today is that if people, because the God in you is your conscience. Your conscience is the God in you. And that your conscience is always tallies with the golden rule. Do unto others as you do others, do unto you. If things are done in line with that Christocentric rule of golden rule, there will be true peace in this world. But now you want your child to prosper. You don't want my child to prosper. You say there will be peace. There will be no peace.
The God that created us operates through our conscience.
Yes.
Put it that way.
Yes.
Not necessarily the God in you, because there are people that their conscience is already dead. They operate, yet they claim to be alive, but their conscience is dead. Yes, so it is the God that created you operates through your conscience when you allow that conscience to thrive, to be alive.
Yeah, I think we are facing a challenge. The challenge we have is that sometimes we see people that answer, because I remember there was a story when I went to a religious program at LL, and the man said that when they got there, some people came from Enugu, and then they also said that also doesn't sleep outside. So he took his people in a bus, 608, and all of them died coming back.
Including the other.
That is the problem. That is the problem. So why am I talking like that? There are so many rules in these things, which you mention some of them, which we know some of them. That somebody is a chief means that person has become an elite, like a light, Whether it is true or not, do your best to live it. So what do you suggest? What is your own last word to the viewer?
Well, whatever you cannot do, don't preach it.
So you don't want people to be also.
Whatever you cannot do, don't preach it.
Are you trying to say that?
Preach what you can do.
So so that people
tell people what you can do.
Are you saying people should not be answering and say and also?
It is an aberration to preach what you are not doing.
Okay.
It is a misnomer.
A misnomer, eh?
Yeah, to preach what you are not doing. Even your conscience will be telling you are not doing this thing. So you can be an also, you can be you can be chief, but the purpose of that office inwardly is always abused.
Okay.
By compromise. So your existence in that office is irrelevant.
It's nonsensical.
It's irrelevant.
Okay. So also, what do we do?
My concluding word here is as Aneke, avoid evils in your life.
Okay.
Zelonjo. Nze means nzele mahalo. You don't involve anything that God hates. You can never involve yourself in it.
Okay.
And as an also who is also an Nze, because before you become an also you have been Nze. Then ensure that you use your spiritual office to save those who are being victimized and intimidated by the powerful people in society. And as a chief, if you are given a title of Okulora 1 of no monotheism, ensure that you are speaking for no monotheism in truth and in spirit. Okay. If you are given Digede Orama Omelora, whatever you are
always talking of Nora Natheism.
That is not monotheism. That's my own community. I can talk about your own. So
Boro is also a community.
Yes, it's not going to talk about. When you answer Okulora 1 of no monotheism, ensure that you are speaking for the masses of no monotheism, especially the downtrodden.
Yes.
Whom the great people
depend on you? Who depend on you?
Because your truth is an institution. It's an organism, not an organization.
Okay. So I think we have a challenge. You know, we brought it up because we are having all these titles. But these titles, how far do we live with the essence? And that's the challenge before us. It's not like it's a terrible mystery, but the issue is that people normally come now, they answer chief. That one is imported. But we have become colonized about it. But then people answer also. We wish that people would live according to the spiritual compass contained in these titles. And with this, we hope, by the grace of God, to see you next time. Bye.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Otti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial cost and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy. Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Once again, in a special way, we welcome you to Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property in our nation. It also makes robust suggestions on how to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum, or even to bring insecurity to an end if it is possible. And I think it's possible. You can always find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, and our YouTube on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today we are looking at the fire safety and control. Thank you so much. Permit me to introduce to you our guest on the studio today. We have a high-profile and prominent personality, a director, or the director, Enugu State Fire Service. He also measures up as a fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers. Engineer Opudule Oha is here on the studio. Chief, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. How are you today, sir?
I'm cool.
Okay. How do you feel doing your job as a fire officer?
I feel blessed. I feel privileged to be in a position to serve my state, to serve humanity, and to serve the whole world. I feel privileged.
All right. Thank you so much. Then, when we mention fire safety and control, what are we really talking about?
We are talking of all those measures or actions that we have to take to make sure that there is no avoidable fire outbreaks. Those things that can make us to be fire safety. Those things that can make our environment to be free from fire outbreak. That's what we are talking about when we say fire safety and control or fire control.
Okay, then whose responsibility can we say it is to measure this safety of fire and control?
It's a responsibility of everybody to measure it. If what we mean is to do the needful to make sure that we are compliant to fire safety measures. It's the responsibility of everybody, because there is a saying which we normally say that somebody who is available when fire started is far more important than a firefighter. That's why we take our fire education far and beyond to make sure that all the citizens, all the people that are residents in Enugu State knows something or know what they're supposed to do to prevent fire outbreak, and for them to know what to do in case if there is unavoidable fire outbreak. So to measure fire safety and control is responsibility of everybody that is living in Enugu State if we want to narrow it down to our states. But in everywhere you are responsible. Fire department is just an authority to make sure that people comply with fire safety measures and to make sure that if there is a fire outbreak that they attend to it. But how do we control? How do you observe fire safety? It is the responsibility of every individual around every environment.
All right, Director, let us quickly bring it to the causes of fire outbreak.
Yeah, we have 3 main causes of fire outbreak. We have the act of carelessness, we have natural cause, we have willful acts. And if I break them, if I discuss them one after another, most cause of fire outbreak in this part of the world is caused by number 1, which is act of carelessness. Act of not somebody not doing what he's supposed to do to prevent fire outbreak. The act of somebody being careless, being negligent of some certain actions, or not doing what the person is supposed to do. That is one. Then the next one.
Chief, please, before you go to that one, what are those things the person is supposed to do that is negligence of?
Yeah, of course, there's so many things. For example, if we take the time we are in now, which is dry season stroke hammer time, if you don't clear your environment of bushes and there's a fire outbreak caused by maybe hunters or herders, a bushfire that made the fire to spread to your residential building, is as a result of your carelessness, because you're supposed to have cleared your surroundings of bushes. Again, if you don't switch off all your electrical appliances when you are leaving your home, as we are here in Aneke TV, and maybe when you left, there was no fire, there was no electricity, and you forgot to switch off all your electrical appliances, and when they brought back the light, as a result of you didn't switch off all those your electrical appliances which you're supposed to switch off, and there was a fire outbreak, it is an act of carelessness on your side or my side if I'm the one responsible. If after work the staff of Aneke TV forgot to switch off the electrical appliances and go home, and maybe somewhere along the line the authority restores electricity and there was overheating or power surge that resulted in fire outbreak, it is an act of carelessness, because our teaching is that you switch off all your electrical appliances when they are not in use.
Okay, you are talking about the causes of
yeah, what I meant by carelessness. If somebody is using a pressing iron to straighten his clothes, and the person maybe due to one thing or the other didn't unplug the electrical iron and start attending to other things, and maybe due to heating the electrical iron and ignited fire by putting fire on the clothes, it's an act of carelessness. If after smoking cigarette, for those people that smoke, because we are in dry season, and the person refused to put off the cigarette end and maybe threw it into the bush, and maybe some moment later the cigarette end ignited fire in the bush, which spreads to residential, or even if it doesn't spread to residential building, it is an act of carelessness. That's not somebody not keeping his home, lack of housekeeping can equally result in a fire outbreak, and these things they accumulate into carelessness. Let us talk of people who are using gas cooker. The safety measure or the safety control is that when you enter your kitchen, maybe you went out for work, when after work, when you came back, that before you put on your gas cooker, you're supposed to have opened the windows of your kitchen door for ventilations to come in and go out. And the failure to do that is an act of carelessness. You answering call while using gas cooker, while cooking, which can ignite fire, is an act of carelessness. Somebody answering call in filling station is an act of carelessness. So most of these things, all these things I mentioned now, are acts of carelessness, and some other things which I will remember as the program goes on. I will continue telling us that these are the acts of carelessness can result in fire outbreak.
All right.
Overloading your electrical sockets is an act of carelessness.
All right, Director, thank you so much. You mentioned leaving our electrical appliances on when we are leaving the house.
Not only when we are leaving the house, well, even when we are not using them. If you are living in a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom flat and you are in the parlor and the radio in your room is on, the lights on your room, AC is on, when somebody is not in those rooms, it can cause a fire outbreak. And if it causes a fire outbreak, it's an act of carelessness. Because what we are preaching is not only when you are leaving home. Switch off all your electrical appliances that are not in use. There's no need, even economically wise, it's not useful that when you are not in your room that your light is on. What is the light on for? What is the light doing there? That AC is on. Why is the AC on? Because there's nobody there enjoying the AC. So the preaching or the gospel is switch off all your electrical appliances when they are not used. Not only when you are leaving your house, your home, your offices, or your industry. So if you have 2 offices or 3 offices here and nobody is in one of those offices, all the electrical appliances supposed to be off. Can even save energy for you. So that's what we are saying. It's not just when you are going.
Let's talk of refrigerator that will store things into the refrigerator for freezing. And when we are leaving the house, even when we are sleeping, it's always on. I know you are not an electrical engineer, but then a lot of times when we plug power surge, then plug that of refrigerator, is there any way the power surge can maybe prevent it from maybe anything fire burning, as case may be?
Yes, power surge helps in, it's not just not to cause fire, but what power surge normally do is to regulate the inflow of currents in order to make sure that the appliances that you plug on it will not burn. Because I say that you're supposed to switch off all your electrical appliances and you are trying to ask me what of the refrigerator that will know that have valuable thing. So what we normally advise people, what I normally advise people, which I do, is to separate my fridge from other power source, to have a separate line for my fridge, and always placing your fridge where it cannot come in contact with any burning material like cotton, like clothes, like papers, so that even if there is a power surge or electrical fault, or even if it starts to burn, it cannot spread to other areas. Because in this our country we don't have power always, so you can't tell somebody to switch off his fridge or freezer because it might cause a fire outbreak, because knowing that you don't know when power will come, you don't know when they will take it, and people have valuable items in the fridge. So what we normally say is take safety measures like separating your power, the line to your fridge, let it be standalone, and let your fridge or freezer be placed where it doesn't have any burning material around. And with our study and our investigation, most of the fire outbreaks doesn't come from fridge. It's not like AC that normally causes this thing. It's they have minimal fire outbreak as a result of a fault from fridge, because it is built in such a way that is fire resistant to a certain level. So, but we equally advise people, if any place you are positioning your fridge, you make sure that there's no cut in there. That's something that assuming that it start burning, so that it will not have something to sustain the fire. So we are not advising people to switch their fridge on, so that the valuable items in their fridge will not. But every other thing, it's light bulb, wires that normally cause fire outbreak, electrical fire outbreak. So we're equally using this opportunity to advise our people to always make sure that they engage the services of qualified electricians and buying original electrical materials. And in that aspect, Nigerian wires are the best around this part of the world.
Okay.
Nigerian wires are very, very good. So that is where we were coming first, that it is preferable to foreign wires. So you make sure you use Nigerian wires, and you make sure you engage the services of a qualified electrician for him to do your wiring, for him to make sure that any place that there is electrical or naked wire that is sellotape, he uses sellotape to cover it, so that it will not come in, negative and positive will not come in contact, because when they come in contact, they can electrocute somebody, they can cause physical fire, which might come in contact with a burning material, and it will result in a fire outbreak.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. If you are joining us now, this is Security Watch on Aneke TV. I've been here with the Director, Enugu State Fire Service, Engineer Okudele Aha. Our topic is fire safety and control. Thank you so much for being there. Let's continue. Chief, we have seen vehicles that pick fire. Maybe some are parked and some are on motion. What normally, or how has that been the carelessness of the driver that such comes to happen?
Well, first of all, at times it's not as a carelessness of the driver. At times it's as a result of carelessness of a driver. Let me now dwell on the one caused by carelessness of a driver. I normally tell our people we should not, because of economic hardship, not do the right thing. You will see somebody that his vehicle developed electrical faults. Instead of him to engage the services of a qualified and sanctified auto mechanic or auto electrician, the person will now engage roadside auto electrician. And when you engage a roadside auto electrician who doesn't know the proper thing to do, he will do a half job. He may do wiring in your car without closing all those naked wires by using what we normally call sellotape. And when you are moving your vehicle, the two wires, negative and positive, may touch, and it will start fire. And the same thing goes to when you have leakage, when your exhaust pipe or your fuel tank is leaking, and you didn't take it to welder or to banner beater to do proper work. It's a kind of carelessness. But some people will say, nah, as far as this motor is moving, let me be managing it. And again, if you buy a car of 20 million, 10 million, 3 million, and you don't have fire extinguisher, you are careless and you are a fool. If I can bring out 10 million to buy a car, but I cannot bring 20-something million to buy 2 kg DCP, in case
something thousand.
Yes.
Or to something million.
To something thousand. For fire, I'm talking of fire extinguisher. Not 1 kg. 1 kg is around 16, 17, but a sizable one. Because I see that 1 kg is not big enough, or the chemical content is not big enough to put off a fire that is happening in a SUV vehicle, or maybe a Hilux or something like that. So if I can bring out 10 million to buy a car, so why can't I bring 20-something thousand naira to buy a suitable and sizable fire extinguisher that I can use if there is a fire outbreak? But our people who so much believe in God, and who so much believe in my village people, they pursue me. When you have not done the right thing is supposed to do. When you are encouraging somebody or giving somebody a professional advice or safety advice, that when you have a vehicle, when you have an office, when you have a home, you need to buy fire extinguisher in case of fire outbreak. Also, God forbid, Obara Jesus, it will not my portion. Who is it his portion? That is our problem in Africa. We believe in faith. Well, when I say faith, I mean F-A-T-E. That whatever happens is how God wants it. No, it's not true. God has given us power. God has given us the knowledge. God has given us the wisdom to make our environment safe. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to do the right thing. We need to do the needful. And then hope in God. We know the Bible says that if God does not protect a city, it is in vain that the watchers watch. But you must have a security man. Before God will help you. You cannot just say, it's not my portion. You buy a vehicle that you know that it generates heat. You buy a vehicle or you build a house. Okay, why can't people build a house and stop putting burglary proofs and putting doors? You should leave your house open. Let us know whether your property will be there. And I tell people that fire is more dangerous than thieves. Because a real thief comes to your house or stops you, is to thief your valuable thing or things it seems to be valuable, except your life. Your money, your jewelry, some valuable properties, and he will go. But fire doesn't have a conscience. I'm not talking of assassins, because those who are to kill, they will collect and kill. It's clear. Are you getting it? The thief, no thief is rare, but thieves, somebody who is just to thief or to stay or to eat, will just pick something he likes or he feels that he can get money from and go. But fire will burn everything, including you, if you cannot run away from fire. So why can't we value or fear fire more than other people? Somebody will buy a car, he will put tracker, he will put this, because so that people will not steal it. But you cannot buy a fire extinguisher. And the cheapest tracker is about 80,000 naira. So we even disable your tracker and carry your vehicle. Okay. But you cannot bring to something thousand to buy fire extinguisher. You cannot engage a fire officer, which you don't even pay, to teach you how to use those fire extinguisher and to teach you what you can do. And some people now, maybe when they see Aneke TV that we are talking of fire safety, the person will switch another thing. You cannot even listen to get valuable knowledge on how to prevent fire and on how to fight it, assuming it occurs. So what I'm trying to say is that the fire outbreak that involves cars can be out of carelessness, for the person not servicing his car when he's supposed to service it, for the person not engaging a professional when the car develops, whether it is electrical fault or any other fault that may result to a fire outbreak, is an act of carelessness. Some may say the economy is bad, but you are driving a car. Why not park your car and use your leg or enter public transport until you put your car in order? So these are why I say it's an act of carelessness.
All right. What are those aspects of it that are not out of carelessness?
Yes. When I was talking of, I say we have three main causes of fire outbreak. We have now talked about number one, which is an act of carelessness.
We are particular with drivers now. You've mentioned all of the actions of the driver that are carelessness, so to say. And you said there are other actions or there are other reasons if a car can pick fire that is not out of carelessness of the driver.
I may not clearly state what may be not why or when a car can catch fire without being out of carelessness. Okay. Because if it is not out of carelessness of the driver, it may be out of carelessness of another person. In 99.9% of causes of fire in Nigeria falls within carelessness. I've been in fire service for over 20 years. I've done foreign training, I've done investigations. It's an act of carelessness. Because if there's an accident, between the two drivers, one person must be at fault. If a panel beater is working on your car and it catches fire, it's as a result of that panel beater, not the driver. And you cannot park your car and your car will just catch fire. There must be a cause. And what is that cause? It must be as a result of maybe not the driver now. If you're now saying that now it's not the carelessness of the driver.
All right, Chief, that is taken. Out of the 3 causes of fire outbreak, you've talked about the carelessness. There are these other 2. One is willful act, and then the other one
is natural act.
Natural act.
Yeah. In Nigeria, we don't normally have fire outbreak as a result of nature. When we are talking of fire that can be caused by nature, we are talking of volcanic eruption. We don't have volcanic eruption. We don't have earthquake mostly in Africa.
True.
We don't have wildfires. So that's why most times we don't have lightnings. It's very rare for you to say there's a fire outbreak as a result of lightning, thunder. Are you getting it now? So that's why we don't talk much about it, but we always tell people that when you are talking of how many causes of fire do we have, it's 3. The carelessness, the natural cause, and the willful act.
All right, let's come to the willful act proper.
Then when you are now talking of fire as a result of willful act, it's when somebody willfully, knowingly, put fire on anything. It may be trying to be winchous by putting fire in your neighbor's property out of jealous, out of envy, out of the person is progressing more than you. It may be as a result of you willfully, knowingly, intentionally putting your property on fire.
Your own property?
Yes, maybe to defraud insurance company, maybe to eat the money of your creditor, somebody who supply. Where we see this type of things, traders. Maybe you bought materials on credit. After selling the materials, you don't want to pay back. You will now put fire on your shop. We have had such cases.
You mean people do that?
Yes. And claim that fire burnt all the goods that was supplied to you on credit. People can be very malicious. People can be very winchous. People can be very devilish. We have seen a lot of things. Some people will put their shop on fire and come to us and tell us that they lost 1 billion naira. But I'm just giving an example. Should give them fire report. And when you now tell them that they will pay government 10%, they will start running because they didn't lose such amount of money. So these are on the cases of welfare, and so some of these Fulani cattle rearers or headers or whatever, or hunters, our local hunters, putting fire on bushes is willful act because you knowingly, intentionally, you are doing that, and it's life imprisonment. So these are the causes. That's why I said 99 points is carelessness, because through the special grace of God, it's not because of all this headers issue. Willful act Nigeria or this part of the world has reduced, because one of the things we did when we took over, or when I took over as the chief officer, was going to all the markets, sensitizing them on the need. There's a market in Enugu, and let me not mention them. There's a market in Enugu that it is always customary that every year there will be a fire outbreak there. It was almost customary that whenever the leadership election is coming, there will be a fire outbreak. And that to discredit the sitting government, or for one campaign group to score point against the other ones. And we went to them. We had our pansec then was Barrister Okuyonaga. I went to the market and we told them to their face that they are the people causing the fire outbreak. And that's like a magic. It stopped. That's why in some markets they say, if you have been living in Enugu for a long time, you know markets where there's always a fire outbreak then. It's not more common now. It's not more.
Yes, I'm aware.
And the government of the day now made us to do risk assessments in all our markets. and make a report. And we did that. And we recommended to governments to buy fire extinguishers and install in all those markets. We installed fire extinguishers in more than 50-something major markets in the state, including those markets we hear that they're in the village, like Oriogu, like Timbansuka, like in Ubeze North and Ubeze. Most of those we picked in all the states. And we taught all the leaders and security on how to use those fire extinguishers. And they put it on them that a trained security man on how to use fire extinguisher is far better and far valuable than a firefighter that is miles away from that market. That anytime they see any atom of smoke or fire, they should use fire extinguisher. That is one of the secrets that has reduced fire outbreak in our markets. How many times have we heard that there's a fire outbreak in social market? If you are being observant, you know it because we enter the market, we sensitize them, we tell them what they will know about them, we bought fire extinguisher for them, we installed fire extinguisher in the markets, we taught them how to use those fire extinguishers. If I tell you what the value of materials or value of property those fire extinguishers bought by previous government is saving the state and continued by this present government, you will know that government is working. That's why people are no more talking about fire service, fire this, fire that. It has been reduced to barest minimum. But people are not giving government credit on that. They are just talking about some little insecurity in terms of policing or kidnapping or this thing. But they are not praising government about fire safety. How this government, this present government, has sustained the effort of past governments in terms of our safety. Will it shock you now that in almost all the public buildings in the state has been, we have installed fire extinguisher in them, including the newly constructed bus terminals.
Okay.
Including ICC, including Minister of Justice. It's not like that before. Immediately we go to the scene of fire. We can't do magic that the fire will just, everything there will not become normal. What we normally do is to make sure that fire does not spread an inch from where we met it.
Chief, before we come to that, you are doing an enormous job from the explanations you have given so far. I think more on fire extinguisher. The next time you be coming here, I think it is good you come in with fire extinguisher, so it demonstrates to our viewer on how to use it. So more on fire extinguisher, we have noticed that fire extinguisher, they appear in many colors. Some are red, some are black, some are blue, and so on. Their usefulness is as a result of the color. Maybe their content is a result of the color, or they are just uniform in the usefulness. Originally, we have different types of fire extinguishers. We have powder, we have cartridge, we have water, we have CO2, and we are going with colors. But with time, some of those fire extinguishers started phasing out, started being obsolete. When people started doing more research, we started questioning, why should we have water fire extinguisher? Water is commonly and easily available. And again, that for you to save your property, you don't need to use water to put off fire. Because if you have your documents and you are trying to save it from fire and you pour it water, you are still doing what? Destroying it. So now we came to a point that we have two major fire extinguishers, which is CO2 and DCP. DCP is dry chemical powder, and they are red. So to answer your question, initially the coloring of fire extinguisher was based on the types and the maker. Some people choose red, some people choose black. Are you getting it now? Depends on it doesn't necessarily mean the content, but initially it was, but now not. Because you can see black, that is CO2, and still see red, that is CO2. It's just what the maker or the producer decides, the color is actually. But normally fire extinguisher is red.
whether it is CO2, whether it's DCP, what gives you what identifies the content is what is written on it, the label it has, and the shape. Because CO2 is normally straight, while DCP is normally short.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. We are going to observe just a short break now. When we are back, you will tell us what people are supposed to do at noticing fire outbreak. Thank you so much. Let us observe a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
All right, back from the short break. We are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is fire safety and control. And of course, I've been here with the director, Enugu State Fire Service, who is also a fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers. He's here, Engineer Okude Oha. Thank you so much, Chief, for coming.
Thank you.
Back from the break, before we went on the short break, well, you were supposed to tell us what people are supposed to do at noticing fire outbreak. What are the first things they are supposed to do?
The first thing someone's supposed to do when you notice a fire outbreak is to shout for help. It's fire, 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 fire. By doing that, you are creating awareness for people to know that there is danger. After that, the next thing is to call fire service. After you call for help, the next thing is to call fire service.
Who comes to help in that instance?
Fire service 1, neighbors 2. When you are calling for fire for help, you are alerting people. Even if there's people that are sleeping in the building on the property that is on fire, everybody will be at work. And your neighbors will know that you are in danger, that you have an emergency. Okay. People will gather. Because if you want to do it alone, you may not be able to. You may lose your life because somebody's whom his property is on fire always intend to be confused. You don't know what you, when you go inside your room, don't know what to save. Whether it's your money, whether it's your certificate, whether it's your child. So we will normally advise people to call for help so that people who call will just be saving anything they see and to even stop you from going in. Because if it is during the time where the treasurers of unions association keep cash, you'll be saying, if this money got burned, they will say I've eaten their money. You'll be confused, you'll be desperate, you'll be panicking. So that's why when you call for help and people comes, they help you to save your properties while fire service is on their way. Because we advise people not just to wait for fire service, do what you can before the arrival of fire service. That's why we say that a trained fire marshal is more important or valuable than a firefighter that is away of miles away from scene of fire. Any person that has knowledgeable and that is knowledgeable enough to put off a fire is far valuable than a well-trained firefighter that is miles away.
I wonder how an ordinary person can acquire that knowledge.
We have been conducting fire safety training. Those public buildings or government buildings will say we installed fire extinguishers. We don't install it without teaching people how to use them. It is even enacted in our law. You can't give somebody fire extinguisher without telling him how to use it. So that is how people acquire. If Aneke TV tomorrow writes us and tell us to come and conduct training for that, we'll come. And it's free. Once you have been complying with other fire safety measures, like having fire extinguishers, which I have seen some, like paying fire safety certificate. If you pay for a fire safety certificate, which is only source of revenue to government from fire service, you are entitled to a training by fire officers who will come, teach you all these things I'm talking about, tell you what you have to do to prevent fire outbreak, tell you what you have to do if there is a fire outbreak. So it is your entitlement once you are paying for fire safety fee, which is the only source of revenue to government from fire service. That is why government doesn't see fire service as a revenue generating agency. When we attend fire, we don't charge. And I have to use this opportunity to tell our people, you don't pay fire service because your property is on fire and we are there to put it off. No. After they put off, they'll go. We'll go. If you call them and say, okay, take this one and buy Omo or something, it's on you. It's not a must. It's not government revenue. Because I will have to confess that some people still not minding their passing pens based on their property was burnt. At times they still observe, appreciate firefighters because of their bravery, because of their sacrifice. So, but on record and on constitution, you don't supposed to pay, and we don't ask anybody for appreciation. We can't put off your fire and ask you to pay. No, we don't do that. And we don't pay revenue to government. The only revenue that is acquirable to government from fire service is issuance of fire safety certificate, which every business premises, every building supposed to have, and it is on yearly basis.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. You mentioned that at the instance of fire outbreak, one has to shout for help.
Yes.
And after that, you make call fire service. Yes. But I'm aware that a lot of people don't have the numbers of the fire service. Are there emergency lines we can roll out now to the public that at the instance of fire, you'll be able to get access to the fire service by alerting them immediately?
Yes. We know we have about 13 fire stations and fire units. I will give phone number of 3 of them that covers the 3 sanitarian zones we have. Whenever there is a fire outbreak, call the nearest fire station. The state government has been doing enough to put up fire stations across the states. And our aim and our objective is to have fire stations in each of the local governments. So for now, I will give phone number of Nsuka Fire Station, I will give phone number of Ogui Road Fire Station, and I will give phone number of Oji River Fire Station, and the 4th one is 9th Mile Fire Stations. So I will give their phone numbers, you put it down. Anytime there is a fire outbreak within that vicinity, you call the nearest fire station. So Ogui Road Fire Station is 070 6540 9291. I will call it again, 070 6540 9291. Then in Nsuka Fire Station, the phone number is 0806 807 9367. I will call it again, 080 680 79367. Then Oji River Fire Station, the phone number is 080 328 9881. Then 9th Mile Fire Station.
Have you taken that second time?
Okay, let me take it second time. Oji River Fire Station, 090 323 89861. Then 9th Mile Fire Station, the phone number is 0904 299 7366. I will take 9th Mile Fire Station phone number again, 0904 299 7366. That is 9th Mile Fire Station phone numbers. These 4 fire stations, anytime you call us, we will attend to your fire emergency related calls.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for rolling out all of these contacts for separate locations in Enugu. Thank you. Let's continue. In an incident of fire outbreak, supposing one is trapped in the building, and you know there's always this smoke.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. move with the world.
Leaders, stakeholders, and prominent sons and daughters of Okigwe Senatorial Zone of Imo State over the weekend converged on Umueze 1, the country home of the zone's apex leader and convener, Chief Tony Chukwu, in a historic gathering that blended spiritual devotion with strategic political engagement. The meeting held during the solemn Lenten season focused on Okigwe's collective aspiration to produce the Governor of Imo State in 2028 at the end of the tenure of His Excellency, Senator Hope Uzodimma. In his opening address, Chief Chukwu described the timing of the meeting as deeply symbolic. He noted that Lent represents sacrifice, reflection, and total dependence on God. He therefore called on Ndi Okigwe, both at home and in the diaspora, that the idea of the meeting is to urge Okigwe Zone on the need to commit the 2028 governorship project into God's hands through a proposed 3-day fasting and prayer program. The leaders present unanimously endorsed the proposal, affirming that Okigwe deserves the governorship in 2028 and declaring that divine intervention remains central to the realization of the aspiration. Former Governor of Imo State, His Excellency, Dr. Ikedi Hakim, expressed deep appreciation to Chief Chukwu for his consistency and steadfastness in championing Okigwe cause over the years. He urged unity among all Okigwe sons and daughters and emphasized the need for sincere prayers, stating confidently that God remains faithful to His people. The gathering also commended Governor Uzodimma for his exemplary leadership, infrastructural strides, and goodwill towards Okigwe Zone. Resolutions adopted at the meeting included prayers for God to touch Governor Uzodimma's heart to support Okigwe's 2028 bid. Secondly, for divine intervention to enable the zone to secure the understanding and backing of Owerri and Olu zones. Thirdly, for unity among Okigwe sons and daughters. Fourthly, for the change of heart of anyone working against the collective interest of the zone. And finally, to seek the face of God as the ultimate source of Okigwe strength and success for the project. A motion for the adoption of the resolutions was moved by Right Honorable Miriam Onoha and seconded by Right Honorable Chiji Collins. The spiritual high point of the event was an exaltation and prayer session led by the clergy of Okigwe Zone. Among the dignitaries who spoke were Chief Cosmas Iwu, Secretary to the Government of Imo State, His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Oliver Ohanwe, Chairman Okigwe Global Elders Forum, Chief Longes Anyanwu, Dr. Princess Gloria Akobondo, Honorable Barrister Chris Okewolono, His Royal Highness Eze Dan Emeronye, His Royal Highness Eze Emmanuel Ibechi, His Royal Highness Eze Ngozi P. Owalaka, Right Honorable Acho Ihim, Professor Nnamdi Obereli, and His Grace Bishop Ethan Azobike. Also in attendance were Her Excellency Barrister Chioma Ohakim, Professor Osi Nwebo, Honorable Ifeanyi Agwu, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, Professor Chiedozie Eze, Chief Peter Orji, Honorable Sam Osuji, Honorable Barrister Babatunde Charles Eze Kwem, Mrs. Chikodi Emelalom, Right Honorable Paul Emeziem, Honorable Greg Onwamalam, Honorable Ben Ozemenam, Honorable Ozo Obinna Ogwebu, Honorable Chuk Chukwuemeka, Chief Regis Owakwe, Dr. Uche Ewelike, Dr. Lady Love Ine, Honorable Oluchi Gloria Okago, Honorable Uche Anyanwu, Reverend Dr. Divine Echez, Chief Thebat Nwachukwu, Honorable Chikwem Onoha, Sabright Nwachukwu, Honorable Simon Egbebulam, and a host of others. The event was further graced by prominent traditional rulers, members of the clergy, political stakeholders, community leaders, and numerous other distinguished sons and daughters of Okigwe Senatorial Zone. The gathering concluded on a note of unity, faith, and renewed determination as leaders reaffirmed their commitment to pursue the 2028 governorship aspiration with love, solidarity, strategic engagement, constructive conversation, and unwavering trust in God. Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. This restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than a convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.